Man, I have something I wanted to show you too. On the webcam, I had it all set up to show you how these bars become disconnected. I might have to take pictures. I wish you could pause this thing. Let's see here. Go back and find Zoom. I'll put a picture on anyway while we're getting started, so it's not just a black screen. This meeting is being live streamed. Okay. Let's see. Well, let me get a photo up while I'm doing other stuff, so it's not just a blank screen on the YouTube. Pictures. Let's see. Hold on. I should have done that first. H. So you can study this while you're waiting for us to get started here. H. Well, we'll just put this one up. Let's see. Zoom. Share screen. Give people something to study. There you go. Okay. Screen sharing is paused. Why? So, oh, okay, I know. Because I needed to make it specific. I do think. There we go. This stupid thing. Let's see. New share. I should be able to do a new share. And just do, I don't want to do. Okay, I'll just keep it small instead of changing it. So, oh darn, I just really had this deal I wanted to show you. I might just have to take pictures of it with my camera. So let's see, why is not my webcam working for Zoom? I mean, what is the deal? Microphone. Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh,
yep.
Okay. Okay, I had switched it to this other one. You couldn't hear it. Can you see my avatar thing or whatever you call that?
I see hooves.
I see hooves. Yeah. Hello. Okay, so this is great because now I'm going to be able to we're gonna just focus on and look at some feet today and learn some things that we're wondering about. Okay. Um, let's see here. Now I can pin that somehow. Let's see. There we go. Can you see that now?
I see hoof capsules.
Is it in on the big screen though?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Great. All right. Gonna go check the YouTube here just a second. Let's see what it looks like. Let's see. All right, that's great. Okay, well, it's 11:10. All right, so I'm gonna wait to do this part till if in case a few more people come or something like that. What I want to do is I want to read what how is you pronounce his name? Xenofoam, xenofoam. Anyway,
Linda,
yes.
hi, Angeliki. It's xenophone.
Xenofoam.
Yes.
Phone,
Xe.
like phone, like
K-S. Xe.
se,
Xe. K-S.
X. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Like
X.
kasi,
Xenophone.
like the alphabet sound.
Yes.
Xenophone.
Exactly. This is the
Xenophone.
correct.
Okay.
Yes, this is the correct Greek word. And I want to tell you, I'll be with you for some time, but I have an appointment with a doctor, so sometime I will leave you.
Okay. Well, I hope things are okay.
Yes, yes, we will. I'll survive. And
Okay.
in the hoof in the middle is very, 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 very interesting.
Yeah, that's the one we're gonna look at. That's the one with
Yes.
the disconnected bar. That's the horse I was trimming for 8 months with barefoot trimming regime method by Jamie Jackson and Hildred Strasser. And that's the one that I'm going to show you how the bar was disconnected.
No, that's very, very interesting.
That's
but
the
I
one.
hope I can catch it sometime.
I hope so too. And that's the one in the pictures. I need to get those pictures up. That's the one in the pictures where I show how I took the capsule off that foot, and the back of it, the coronary band, the heel buttress corium were all pulled under. And then that foot sat for a day in salt and borax, and the cartilages just went back into place. And then I had the frog. You can see I removed the frog. I had that frog and I set that foot on that frog, and the frog wouldn't fit the foot. And at the time I couldn't figure out why. So here's the capsule off that foot. Then I got the foot here somewhere too. I'm gonna go look up that picture. Just a second here. So we got it.
Now, please go on your program as you liked. I will catch up if I have to leave. I will catch up in the future features of our page. Don't worry.
Okay.
But it's interesting because of the wall. You see the wall, how it goes on the left side.
I was just thinking of something funny.
Yeah.
I was thinking about your name, what it means. Messenger, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, how you have been such a wonderful messenger for TACT.
A big kiss to everybody if you don't hear from me and I have to leave.
Big hug and kiss to you too. my Greek friend who I wish I could go visit and sit and drink wine and eat olives and olive oil with. And
You
talk
are
about,
all welcome to come here.
man, and talk about Greek history. Yeah. Go to all the museums. Oh man, oh man, oh man. I'd love that. Look at all the horses' feet on all the reliefs and all the statues. So, casino phone. Casino phone. Yeah, like phone, like it's a phone. Phone. I wonder what his name means. Casino phone. Phone, not foam. Phone, like as in your telephone. Casino phone. See, I can do that now. You helped straighten me out, because remember when I learned the Greek alphabet? C, right? Okay. I can't remember if that's the name, but that was the sound of it. C. It looks like an X. C. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go get that picture to go with the foot. I'm gonna see if I can dig my foot out over here too, and then tell the story. So let's see, where is that? Is it in the inner foot? Maybe C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, H, I, inner foot. Here we go. Okay, I hope it's in here so I don't have to go digging around for it somewhere else. Please be in here, because I can never remember where that's at. Those two pictures. Oh, under cartilage, I think, maybe. Well, here's one. We'll open it up. So I got it. Okay. There's one of it. Yeah, and we're just going to study these feet here today and see what we can learn. And I just think there's so much on these feet. It's like, I would just like to learn and understand more about the bars and how they get distorted and how they grow when they're distorted, and exactly what do we need to be doing to, here, I'm going to go ahead and put that one up there too. Exactly what we need to be doing. Is there any kind of a picture? Just a minute. I better check so people aren't looking at a blank screen. Oh, nope. It's still on there, I think. Let's see. Okay. All right. Well, let's see here. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, cartilage. I think it's in cartilage. Do I have that picture in cartilage? Well, I have one. We'll get that out anyway, because it's, we'll open it up, get it so it's open. Okay. Okay, and there's the other one. Got that. And see if there's anything else we need. Well, there's a bunch of interesting stuff in here.
Gosh, Linda, the
Yeah.
more I look at this hoof,
Yeah.
the more I see some mistakes I am making.
And this one?
Yes. No, put it back.
Okay.
The way it was.
Okay.
Look, we usually follow the rings,
Just a
the
minute.
growth rings.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So the left part, as we look at it, the left part is the correct part.
Just a minute.
If
I gotta get to the picture. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Wait a minute.
Okay, that's an epiphany. It came to me looking at from the inside part.
The left
So
part here?
Yes, the left part of the wall.
Okay.
So if I had to trim this, I would follow the growth ring and I would take this part, the left part,
Uh-huh.
take it back.
Oh,
But-
where it's where
From the red mark on the left side, there. Yes.
from here over to here,
there.
like
Yes,
you're looking at
yes.
this right
Yes.
here too, right?
exactly.
How it turns
Exactly.
square. Here, we'll look at the growth ring right here.
Yes, but
See
if you
there?
take this part, yes, but if you take this part off, you do not correct, you change and you make the hoof smaller. If you see from the inner part. So I think we should let the opposite part to grow.
Well,
Do
you
you
know, oh, this part grow?
Yes.
Well,
If you leave the hoof down, you see that if you trim the left pillar there, if you trim that, the hoof becomes smaller.
well, yes and
You
no,
see what
because
I mean?
something, yeah, but
Because
something,
the whole left part is the correct part.
but look inside. No, the left part is not the correct part. Okay, look at the inside. Do you see which side's higher?
But it's larger.
Yeah,
It's
it's
wider.
larger. It's larger because
And
look at the growth ring, how it goes up like that.
Yes,
See?
this is what I'm with. This is
It's
exactly what
not
I'm.
supposed to do that. And look at the growth ring here. See,
Yes,
it's not
but if
supposed
you
to do
turn
that.
it, Linda, turn it inside to see the inside part.
I am looking.
Okay, you see the right bar is
No. Okay, but it doesn't have anything to do with the bars per se. Because see, this bar has been cut off. Part of this has been cut off. That's what you're not seeing. See, this bar is disconnected. See, this is what I was going to show you. You see how that bar, let me get something. So see, if you don't understand what happens to this bar here and you're looking at the whole thing, you could misread it. See,
okay, because
this bar is
it's
fully
the
connected
opposite.
in here, but this bar is not connected. Let me show you something here. Just a second here. Okay, so you can see the bar right here. You see it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's that bar there. Now look on the other side. Here's where that bar is right here, and it's connected right here. See that? All in there? Okay, but this bar is not connected. Instead, it got disconnected. And you see this area right here? Right there, between there
Yes.
and there. Okay, this bar right here should be connected right to here. Like this bar is. See how the bar wall here is connected from here to here? In there?
I think we're saying yes.
Okay, but this bar is not connected right here. Because why is that? Because see how that heel got pulled down?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
like that. And so what happens is it bends it up like this. And
so we are
the bar
saying the
that
same
should have
thing.
been connected here, yeah, we're saying the same thing, except for this toe. Except for this toe is not correct. See, because I left the pillars high, and so this pillar's higher, And this toe is actually better than this side of the toe, because you have to remember the growth rings. Well, wait a
Yes.
minute here. Look, this is what we're looking
Yes,
at.
this is,
This is
yes,
the
this is,
side you said
Yeah.
was good. This is the side you said was good.
yes,
Okay. But in reality, and so that you said we should grow this side. Okay. But
yes,
in reality, this is the side that's bad. And if you look at the growth rings, you can see how this side is jammed up. See how this wall here has been pushed way up like this, and it's caused this to rise. And so you couldn't
yes.
just come in and, I mean, what you'd have to do here is, first of all, take this wall down and then just bevel it and keep just keep a bevel on it till you would bevel it. This is what had happened. You come in here, you take this wall down, just kind of the sole level there, and bevel it. Well, in a day or two, you come out and the bevel would be gone. And
Yes, and the coronary band could have been lower,
slide down. Yeah.
correctly. Yes.
Yeah. And so
But
you keep,
this is exactly what I would have done.
oh, okay.
But looking at the inner view,
Well, we're learning something real interesting here, because see, I was just sitting here looking, you know how they're always talking about, well, and I'm pretty sure I trimmed this other side of the foot. So after the horse was dead. So
and the wall is very thick on the right side. Look how thick the coronary band, the wall there is, and how slim it is on the left side as you look at it.
over here. Probably, yeah, more so.
I would have done exactly what we are doing usually, but the moment I saw this hoof, I thought, well,
look here, how not that side's rounder and
yes,
this side's squarer and jammed
and
up.
thicker.
See there? And I mean, the foot was what a crappy trimmer that person was. And who knew? And what's interesting is I was sitting here, I saw a major, well, let's see, that would have been kind of up like that, but you can look in here too and see it. Well, it kind of an imbalance. I don't know what I don't know.
As we look it, the right side is contracted in both ways, sideway and a long way.
Yeah, but here's the thing too, that this foot contracted after it was dead, the capsule was pulled off. It wasn't that contracted.
So it was an idea, because when I saw it, I said I would have done the bevel on the left pillar, but it seems that the left pillar is more comfortable. I don't know if anybody else see what I'm seeing.
Well, this would not have been more comfortable though.
Yeah,
if you're seeing, wait a minute, are you seeing the same thing? Are you saying this is the left pillar here and that's the right one?
Yes.
Okay.
I see that it's more comfortable inside for the horse.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I gotta say no, because look, this would have been jamming clear up into his hairline. I mean, this was left so long for such a period of time that see, it would look, what you're saying, it would look like it this way, the way you were seeing it. But then when you look over here and you see how these growth rings are shoved way up, and they shoved clear up into the hairline to where there was really quite a distinct rise over here. Like if you look at it like this.
And
See?
now you can see that the bar on the left side is up, is higher than the right side.
Yeah,
The right.
yeah, you
No.
can see
Ah.
that he was really jammed up right here and stuff, where not as much over here.
Well, I have this mental deviation now to look inside the hoof and not to adjust the capsule to the inside hoof. And
Yeah.
if you put it on the ground, it seems that the left side, the lateral, let's say, is more comfortable from the inside view.
Well, but from the inside view, you would think so, but it's not.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
So
And
we are
this
doing
is why.
fine.
This
Yes,
is
we are
why.
doing fine.
Look at the growth rings, how they're pretty symmetrical here. They're not real jammed up over here. But then you look at this side. This side is so jammed up that it finally just came clear and jammed clear up. See how, look at this little piece here. So you can't see that from the view you were. Okay, but see how
Because
high
I've
this
dealt
is
with this
here?
kind of deformities many times. So it struck me now that maybe we are doing it wrong.
Yeah, and see this piece here?
Yeah.
That's
I
like
would have-
way off.
Yes, I would have take this off and bevel it.
And when you look here, look at what it's even done here. Like the sole is lower here and
Yeah.
wider, and here even the sole is pushed up in the foot. So it would have been pushing up on his foot right here. And when I was
Yeah.
sitting here, I mean, I've examined this, but not that well. The most I ever noticed of it was how this bar was disconnected here, because this piece here went like that. See, like this is your bar, and it's supposed to be, you know, like this. And so when this is pulled down, the bar is being pushed this way like that. And so the bar becomes disconnected from where it's supposed to be connected. And you can even see it right there. See a little bit of brown,
Ich muss,
black,
geht nicht.
and you can see the bar pushed up into the bottom of the foot. And then now this bar is bent as well. If you look in there, you see this part.
Ah, yes. Now, yes, you can see
See?
it. Now, yes,
See?
this view is very, very different.
Yeah, so this bar is bent as well. You just can't see it as much. Another reason you couldn't see it is because, like, when I trimmed the foot, I exfoliated this side. You know how last week we were talking about exfoliating the seat of the corn
Yes, yes.
right here? Well, see, in a correct foot, all of this here would be pulled up this way, you know, and you would have full sole in here. But man, I'm shaking all over. But in these feet, why you get all this excess in the seat of the corn is because all this is bending and deforming, and you haven't got your regular flat sole to where you've got full sole in here, because the whole foot's being bent upward. And so I was actually amazed. I remember I kept digging and digging and digging, and it dug in clear down to there. See? And so if we were to do that to this one, it would do the same thing. We might even find that it was also disconnected, but see, the difference is here, this piece is off here, over here. So we might have, see, this is kind of a rubbery, froggy piece covering that up. And so we might have found that this bar here is the same. Once we dig all this excess sole out, it might have been the same as this bar. I don't know, because see, there's a piece that I think, maybe not. It seems to me that's a piece of this frog-like material that's covering that was over that I might have took off. I don't know, but I know both bars are really bent under. And of course, when I trimmed it, I took the heel down like I would have taken it down if I was trimming the horse then, because that's when I was taking the heels out. You know what I mean? So, well, you can see it. See there? See how short I took it right down to the periopal flap there and stuff, to where now if we were restoring the heels on this horse, we would leave this, but we would know that we don't have full sole, live sole in here. Instead, you've got these hollow heels. And if you look at these feet that they're showing are so great, they're hollow right here. We don't want hollow heels. We don't want concave heels. Let's see. We want like this guy. This is that paint horse. Let's see here. Let me show you a picture of his front foot. Hold on. Screen share. Just a minute, I gotta go get a picture of his front foot. But one thing I want you to notice about this horse had full sole in his heels. He did not have his heels, even though his heels were a little bit underrun, as you see there, he did not have hollow heels like this horse. He did not have this coronary band here pulled down and under like that. Just a minute. And
trimming the corn of the seat is the first thing that we should do when we trim. We should find a clear white line on the heels, and then we'll try to get sole filled at this space. At least this is what I do.
Linda, if you're talking, you're still muted.
thank you. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Like if I'm wanting to restore, let's say I just get this horse and I'm wanting to restore his heels. And so I leave this, I would leave this instead of trim it off. You know, just a minute here. And then if I started digging, I could dig that out, and that's what I would have found. Maybe not quite as it wouldn't have been contracted like this. The capsule would have been more open. But still, look what I would have found if I'd have dug all that out. You know, would have been totally hollow in there. You know, so I don't know. Do we dig it all out? Do we leave some of it to just support the wall? See what I mean?
We do it gradually, Linda. You cannot do it in one trim only.
Okay.
Because the hoof descends. So you have to wait. And this is the kind of hoofs I always have to do with.
Okay. See, I haven't, the difference, I have not done any really bad feet for a long time. You know, I got my own horses and I got one other, all the rest of the horses I had eventually got old and died. And I got one horse, I got a Morgan horse, Prince. So I do mine and I do Prince. So I have not done any horses like this in a long time. And, you know, kind of even trying to remember back exactly what I maybe had to deal with when I first started, you know.
I deal with this kind of horses. That's why it struck me. And I said, maybe I do it wrongly, but no, I don't.
No,
No.
I think you're fine. You know.
Okay. It's very important for me because all the horses I see, it's like this. So I had to be sure that the correct thing is what we are doing.
Okay. But like what I am saying is that on this particular foot, you would not want this side to be like that side.
Yeah.
Okay. Because this side, which you can't see when you're looking at it like this, you can't see it from the vantage point I'm seeing here. You can't see how jammed up and distorted this side is.
Yeah.
Okay. And when I'm sitting here looking inside this capsule, I can see that this side, well, even if I wouldn't have taken the wall off over here, which, well, that'd been one heck of a, and actually, I don't know if I took off that much on that side. Definitely I don't know. But anyway, just looking here, I can see where, because of the jamming itself, that this would have been jamming up into his hairline. And I don't know if when the capsule was first taken off, if it was like this, but it looks like even inside over here, this side is higher in the sole than this side over here. So there would have been this imbalance of his toe, this toe kind of up in the air more.
If we had the coffin bone.
Let's look, just a minute. Let's look. Get in the bag of bones here and see.
Sorry, guys. I would like if somebody has any comment to do on what I'm saying.
That's it. But you know, I only did him for what, 8 months. So you know, this is kind of hard here. So okay, well, it does look like that was affecting that. Is that no, that's the other side of the toe. It's this side.
Yes.
Okay.
Doesn't it look more relaxed?
This side? Or that side?
I don't know now, I'm confused.
Hey, this is not easy. You know?
Yes, I know. And you know, I had never the chance to get a hoof on my hands.
I know
so
it. That is
it's
not
everything
fair.
I imagine.
I mean, but we can look and see that they are slightly different shaped. This side here, you know, I'm looking at it here. Okay, now here's what
like the higher side is way more compressed on the sole version than on the sole. Like, you know, the what do you call them? The little fingertips of the lamina would have been, the sole corium would have been compressed more.
Over here.
No, on the other side, on the side that where the coronary band is jammed up.
Well, that's this side, or no, wait,
No,
that's this side.
It's the side with your thumb.
God, it's driving me crazy. If this is the foot, I think it's the foot. Gosh,
Well, look at where the coronary band would go around on the part you have in your hand. You should be able to tell from that if it's the right foot,
not
right?
that one. Let's see. I'm pretty sure this is the foot. I mean, that pretty much looks like the foot. Let's see. Yeah, that's right. And here's what I'm seeing. If I can get this back up here.
And you can see the indentation in the sidewall as well on the left-hand side, right below where your thumb is, your top thumb. Where that jamming occurred. Yeah, right in there.
Yeah.
You can see where it was all jammed up in there.
And definitely you can see that the coffin bone has been, I'm looking at it like from where I can see it here, which is, I can't get it. I can get the actual view to you there. Just a minute. Let me move some stuff. Move some books.
Linda, flip it over.
All right, just a minute. I will. I got to move some stuff here. Okay. That is the foot. I can't
Yes.
get this webcam any further away, unfortunately. But you can see, I can see some remodeling, like that this side is pushed up. Like even the bone itself is jammed up right here. Can you see the difference there? How
Yes,
you
it
know?
is. It is. Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Okay, and
It's
then
roundish. It's more roundish and more compact from down, pushed from down
yeah, and
upwards.
underneath here too, you can see that the bone has remodeled more in here. Over here it's sharper like that. And this side is like worn. Over here on this side. And so that would
Yes.
match
Yes.
that.
So the circulation would have been compromised as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
From the pressure.
probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
So the damaged part is what we trim to release the inner foot.
yeah, and I think
And
that
you don't go on the from the left to the side way. You go as you see it.
yeah, you would just like what I would do on this because the wall pushes up past the depth of the sole. So the sole is not going to be that thick over here either. So to me, I would just go ahead and take it down, but then take it down. I wouldn't go into the sole, and then I would bevel it, and I would wait for this all to relax here. Relax, take time. I mean,
As
like,
we do it
really
always. Yes, as we do it.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And here's the good thing, by us just looking at this thing and trying to figure it out and seeing different things, we're just in real-time learning here, you know, and some of this stuff we know and some we don't. Like I'm seeing things here that I did not see before, you know, like just the fact how it remodeled this bone right here because it was jammed up like this. Because you know, like when they do this 4-point trim and all that, where they leave the pillars high, and then they wind up with the square toe, and you'll see these horses, and which at the time I was kind of doing. All right, because I was taught, well, these are weight bearing structures. You know, that you got 4 points, the heels and then the pillars. And so they do that natural balance trimming too, is they leave the pillar as a weight bearing structure. And I don't think you should do that. See, I think you got to make it all symmetrical so that the foot,
And if you think, if the right, as we look at it, if the right side is jumped, my question was that this part is jumped. Maybe it pushes the coffin bone upwards.
yeah,
You have the deformation on the other side of the hoof of the
oh,
coffin bone.
as well. Yeah, as well. Like it has to affect both sides. Exactly. You know,
Well, that was my stroke when I saw it. I
Yeah.
said, maybe we should try to grow
yeah, I
the
get your
left
reasoning.
side.
I get your reasoning, absolute. You know, and stuff to try and make this side like that side.
Yes,
I think both sides are kind of deformed and distorted because of this imbalance, but this side more so than this side because of the way these coffin bones are, because very sharp here, very sharp all the way around and stuff. And this one is not sharp right here. It's blunted and rounded, like it's almost like you took the coffin bone itself and beveled it from here to here,
yeah.
you know.
Yeah, it actually was beveled, but it was beveled by the outer wall.
Yeah, it actually is beveled, reshaped right here and stuff. So, but if you were looking like the way you were looking, I can see why that would look that way, that maybe you need to do something to this side to make it to match this side. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's wider.
Yeah,
This is what struck me.
yeah, because
The defective side is wider.
exactly, and we've been seeing how these feet are too small. You know,
And we
so
want to enlarge the capsule.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you're, in theory and everything, you're right. Okay, it's just that we're not, because you weren't seeing the other side and the whole picture. Okay, but your in theory is right. Absolute, that we need to make these capsules bigger, because that's what we've been seeing is all these small feet, right? So I can see why you could look at that and think that way. Absolutely.
It struck me when I saw the hoof.
Yeah.
It struck me because I said my final try is to enlarge the sole.
Enlarge the feet, exactly.
Yes, and make the sole more comfortable for the coffin bone inside.
Yeah.
So if this part is larger.
Yeah, except see, got to remember one thing though, is that we're enlarging usually from behind, although they can be flared and enlarged in the front, because the rear of the foot, when you're taking these heels down, it can force everything here forward, So these feet, believe you me, there isn't a day that goes by when I'm looking at them that I don't look at something and see it one way when it's kind of another way, because they are so freaking deceiving. They have an alternate version for everything, so that's why you can see things one way and you're right, but then there's always something maybe you're not seeing that makes you not completely correct because of something else that's going on, so it happens to me all the time. It happens to me when I'm judging people's feet on here, I'll go, well, that's this way. Oh no, wait a minute. I didn't look at this. I didn't see this other thing that's going on. So
And so it strikes me that this whole conversation, for however long it's been going on, has been a good example of how easy it is to trim to the distortion.
yeah, absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah. Because there's so many variations that we're dealing with, but we're getting it, you know, and the horse and his foot, you know,
We are doing small steps ahead.
yeah,
And by the time we get the response of the hoofs, and you see if you're right or wrong. My
Yeah.
last post showed me that in general, we are right.
yeah, we
In
are.
general.
We are, but I mean, we can still, you can be right about everything and still, and just reading these, not be initially right off the bat. And that's okay, because this is what happens to me all the time. You know, that's why sometimes people are asking me about stuff and I don't want to comment, because I want to sit on it for a couple days, because I might think it's one way, but I'm not factoring in these other details. You know,
Yes, because we don't have so many examples and we don't work with so many
Yeah.
horses to
Yeah.
have the income, the results of our doings. We cannot rely on results because we have different results. I used to do the same trims to many horses, and many times I have different results.
yeah. Yeah, because we're still learning and not realizing there's some different stuff going on. Like even realizing now that we know what happens when you really trim the heels out of these horses, and this foot here, it wants to stand up anyway, you know. So
Right.
you trim and you force the heels down. Well, the horse is standing there and this part of his foot pulls up like that. And then it just takes this heel here and pulls it around behind its foot, and it looks like it has heel. You know, that's what, I mean, this horse was doing that too. So that then you wind up with the heels curled in like this, your false heels that we're always talking about, you know. Like on Valor, as I looked through pictures of his feet, no matter how hard I tried to get that 30-degree looking hairline, I would come back out and it was gone. And so I'd have to take those heels down again. And a few
And
weeks later,
Linda, I
Yeah.
have many horses that I have the opposite to restore. I mean, many horses that I deal with have too long walls, very high heels, very contracted heels, but very long. I mean, the horse I put in my last post, it
Mhm.
was like something like 8 centimeters, something like of contracted heels.
Yeah.
8 centimeters of heels.
Wow. Yeah.
It's very long.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. High up in the air.
I deal with a deformity that is the contrary of the low heels.
Yep. Yeah, but
So I
it's still
have-
false heels.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I mean,
you either got,
the highness of the heels, we should be very careful because sometimes the horse has very high heels and it's deformation.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because
So
that's why those people, you know, you watch them, well, that horse has real high heels. You need to take those heels down. That's not even the real heel, you know?
yes, but I mean, there are many cases. in Greece, they leave the hoof very long.
Yeah.
It's quite the opposite of and all these horses are the Greek horses that have very, very strong hoofs.
Yeah.
In contrary of the horses of the riding clubs
Uh-huh.
that are imported horses and they take their heels off.
Huh.
So I am in the middle to see if a horse has very low heels, you have to follow another trim. If the horses have very high heels, you have to get into another logic.
Yeah, that makes sense. You
So
know,
it depends on the horse.
yeah.
We cannot generalize saying that the horse, I'm sorry for my English, but when
Oh, you're
I'm
doing
talking
good.
about hooves, I'm taken
Oh,
and I cannot find the
you're
proper
plumb
words.
fine. You're plumb
I'm
fine. You're
sorry.
doing good. Nothing wrong with your English at all.
And the fact is that you have to see, yes, contracted heels, but how long heels? Because
Yeah.
you can have contracted heels with no heels, and you can have contracted heels with very high heels.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand what you're saying. Like, let me
I
get
don't know
this.
if anybody else has to deal with this.
I've seen them. I know what you're talking about. I've never had to deal with one like that, you know. Well, other than helping people, like let me find this one example that I'm always showing. And why this worked out, I'm not sure, but it did. So whatever
I can
we were
send you
doing, it worked.
photographs of
It
very
worked.
high heels, but okay, now it's not the case. We are talking generally.
Let's see, new share. Okay, so like this horse, that horse looks like it has heel. You know what I mean? It doesn't have like a hairline. Well, this horse just had weird looking feet, period. I mean, I never seen nothing like that. If she'd have come to me with something like this, I'd have just thought it was normal-ish looking, you know. But to have something like that, but this definitely shows us. See, now this was Strasser trimmed, but then she bought the horse and didn't know how to do a Strasser trim. So she let the heels grow. But it was still so bound. And so this is what it looks like. How weird is that? So I don't know. When was that? Well, I made up this in okay, originally this was around 2017. So yeah, I knew we need to grow heels back by then. But that's different than you see a foot that, I mean, there's just no height at all. It's got a big old long hairline straight to the ground, you know. So yeah, she took a wrong turn there, but she got back on track. Okay. But you see, even on this foot, how this is still pulled down, but that was that was one of her other feet. See, they're all the same. And this is what it looked like to start out with, so you wouldn't know that it looks like that from the side. And anyway, this is just a bunch of markups I was doing for her to try and fix things. So, and that's one of the other feet. You see, all the feet on the horse were trimmed out and
Linda, I've sent you 2 photos.
okay, I'll go find them. Let's see here.
And I must tell you that these photos is of a champion Greek horse,
Okay.
which I found, I mean, I have to convince the owner that his horse is lame.
Uh-huh.
And always they tell me, yes, but he's a champion. You know, you see how these horses are sidewalkers.
Mm-hmm. Sidewalkers, is that like a gate?
Yes,
Gated?
and not gated. It's when they put, how do you call them? They put both feet on the same direction.
Hmm. Okay. Like both feet on one side down at a time.
Yes.
That is so weird.
Isn't that pacing?
I don't know what that is.
I'm not sure the English
see. New share.
translation.
Okay. Here we go. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, super contracted.
Super contracting, super high heels, and super lame. And he's the champion.
Yeah. Wow.
If you can
Enlarge it. Yeah, let me let's see.
This one, yes, this one.
Let's see, I'll download that.
And they are laughing at me, saying, but he's a champion. See, he makes 60 kilometers per hour on side.
Just think what he would do if he had good feet. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, now I can, oh, new share. Let's see.
If anybody has any opinion on how to convince these people that their horses are lame.
That's awful. You know, look, oh, and it's got a shoe on it.
Yes, they shoe them.
Yeah.
All of them.
Huh. Well, yeah.
This is what I deal with.
Yeah. Well, it's like what you deal with here with the big lick people and, you know, like the same kind of deal with the people that got the draft horses and want to put the big Scotch shoes on them and things like that. Tradition.
Yes.
Is this
And
horse?
lies are so hard to overcome in people. They just cannot see. Just imagine what these horses could do. I mean, that's a champion, right? So just imagine what this horse could actually do if he actually had his true feet.
No.
Huh.
They don't want to see it. They are convinced by the farriers. Look at this. Look at this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Well, the only thing it could do is somebody eventually get some horse like that and just redo him and then kick all their rear ends in the show.
This is what I did with my last post.
Yeah.
The horse is gaining weight and is gaining temper. He's very happy.
Yeah. Well, see, and that let's go to your last post. Let's look at that. Just a minute here. I gotta find it. Okay.
Do you want me to send you the photos?
Yeah, would you do that?
Yes. It's easy for me. Just a moment. Oh my gosh. A moment.
Put it on that for right now. Okay, so while we're waiting for some other pictures, which they just showed up. Okay,
I sent you both.
Oh, well, compared to what we were just looking at, that picture you just showed us, this is
Is
quite a
anybody
difference.
here that have this kind of cases, let's say, like these horses, these hoofs?
I'm sure there's somebody in the group that does, you know. So
Yeah, I
what do we
have
got here?
similar.
This is
I've got
what you,
similar.
oh, okay. This is what you started with, number 1,
Yes,
and then number 2, and now you got number 3, and that is looking much better.
yes. It's
You know.
3 trims.
Now, is this the guy, is this the farrier that you have on board that's doing this horse?
No, 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 no,
Is this
no,
you-
no,
you-
no.
Or are you doing this horse?
Yes, I'm doing it.
Awesome. Okay. That's awesome. Well,
And
see,
if you go to the solar view, next
Okay.
photo, you see
Oops.
how pounded the horse was.
Just a minute here. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Yeah. I mean, gee, what a difference. Now, is this the same kind of horse? Is he a,
Yes, it's the same horse.
oh, it's the same horse
Yes,
as the first pictures?
yes.
Oh my
no,
goodness.
no. This is not. No, this is not the champion.
Oh,
This is
okay.
another guy who has a horse similar.
Okay, so
And
this
you
could,
see the photo number 2. When I trimmed the first time, you see the whole white line was stretched, and if
yeah,
we open the photo,
yep. Oh,
it was
don't
blood
I have it?
on the
Oh,
whole.
wait a minute.
Yes.
Right here, right?
No, the 2, number 2.
Number 2. Okay,
See the
well,
white line. It's all red.
oh yeah, I can see it right there.
Yeah.
Let's see, save image, just a minute, and I'll see if I can make it bigger. Okay. New share.
Angeliki?
Yes.
So I'm dealing with the same case as you are showing up before the champion horse.
Yes.
So yeah,
Oh
it
wow.
would be a hard way for that horse.
Yes, and you have to go slowly. I mean, I
Yeah.
couldn't go slowly. I did 3 trims of this horse.
Mhm.
The first photo, the first one, the number 1.
But this is
I
not the
had-
champion, huh? Isn't it?
No, this is not. This is a
Okay.
private horse.
Ah,
But
And
okay.
same
for-
kind of horse.
Yes, same
Same
kind of
kind of-
horse. The side
Ah,
was.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Well, see, what'd be great is if this horse could get great feet and go beat the champion.
Yes, but the owner doesn't want to take him to the
No.
competitions.
Well, then what you could do is you could just video him and time him. Because it
And,
has to do with
in-
speed too, right? Is it speed?
On my post, I asked the farriers to understand that they are laming the horses. And if somebody wants to contact me, I will tell him what to do to unlame the horse. Nobody has ever contacted me.
Oh, I'm sure, because, well, man, you're talking about farriers here. Okay, there's no way, Jose, are they ever, especially from a woman, you know what I mean? There's just no way they're ever going to think anything they do is wrong. They're just like here, they're going to blame it on the horse.
And I am at the point to begin speaking with names and say, this is the farrier, the Mr. X that made this horse lame.
Yeah.
But then I'm afraid that I have to go to the court for this.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah. I know what you mean there.
And the horse is not ready yet. I mean, we have to
Yeah.
wait another couple of months
Yeah,
to get him in the correct position.
yeah. Well, I mean, wow, you're doing such a great job.
Yes,
just-
because the horse responds well. It's a very young horse. He's 3 years old. And
Oh,
the
see,
moment
that's
that
great.
yes, he will have a very nice little horse because it's a small horse
Hmm.
and a healthy horse.
Yeah,
The owner is very happy, but is not on the gang of the champions.
yeah,
It's a private horse.
yeah. Do you have a picture of the whole horse?
Yes.
Hi, Patzel.
Go ahead. Did somebody say something? They wanted to ask a question?
They did, but now they're gone.
Now
Yeah.
they're gone. Oh, there you go.
Am Klo.
Hello.
I wonder if it's a bad internet connection for that person.
Oh, it could be. Well, whoever you are, if you want to ask
Try
a
again.
question, huh? Oh, you know what? You're breaking out because we're not hearing you at all. We hear you once and then
I think it's Caro. She's not muted. Caro.
oh, okay.
I think it was not her.
Is that
opinion to
Tina?
be in. No,
I
it's
can never-
Caro.
Oh, okay. I can never tell.
Caro.
Oh, okay.
I've sent you 2 photos of the horse.
Okay.
So
And then-
Agiliki, how long did you wait between how much time has lapsed between your trims here, between picture 1 and picture 3?
It's about, I went June, then I went end of July, and then now. This
Oh,
is,
look at that guy.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you know the problem? Because he could not walk, he got very fat.
Well, yeah.
Which didn't help anything at all as far as his feet were concerned. I mean, he was just putting
Of
more weight
course.
on those poor little feet, right?
Of course.
Oh, poor guy.
And now he lost a little bit of weight, and he's a perfect little horse.
Yeah. Well, he
You
looks like a
see-
tough little booger too.
Yes.
They had to be tough horses. Those got to be tough little horses, even to be able to walk like that. Holy canna.
Yes, these are the
Yeah.
brick sidewalkers.
Sidewalkers. Very smooth, probably.
They have a head of their own, but he's a very, very, very sweet horse, a very nice character, well raised. He knows the basics, and the guy who owns him, he lives in a village near me,
Uh-huh.
and unfortunately, he's very big for this horse.
Oh, yeah.
He's 90 kilos, and the horse must be about 300 kilos.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
And he's very tall. I mean,
Uh-huh.
when he rides him, the men's feet are 20 centimeters above the soil.
Oh. Well, that's great. He's got you trimming him, and doing good for his feet. That's awesome.
I'm very pleased with this case. Very, very pleased.
Yeah, I would be too. Well, you're doing a great job. And you can now, how long had you been trimming him right here in this picture?
This is a photo from the first time I went there.
Okay.
And if you see, the hoofs are very long.
Yeah,
And I
they
had
are.
already cut about 2 centimeters of hoof. in this
Wow.
photo.
Oh, wow. So he was like on stilts.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Wow. Contracted and on stilts. How uncomfortable does that have to be? Imagine the tension on your tendons,
Exactly.
you know?
But his owner is a well-educated young man, and
Oh,
he
good.
understood.
Yeah.
That's the difference with other people, that they are uneducated and they cannot understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And they fell into the farrier's big words. I'll make you champion, and I'll do this, and I'll do that.
Yeah.
And it's quite difficult to persuade some of them. I'm trying because, you know, we have areas where these horses are born and are kept.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to make some contacts with a very high area where these horses are and where the champions come from. Some of these horses come from Crete.
Oh, from
And
Crete. Really?
yeah. And I have to persuade some of these people to have a seminar there.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's quite difficult, you know.
I know.
Uh,
I know. I'm in the same boat, you know? People want to
yeah,
believe anything that isn't true.
yeah.
Of course, the people that aren't true are better marketers than we are.
Yeah. And you know,
I
my
loved
friend,
your post, Linda. No tickets are never oversold.
Oh, yeah.
Every video is free. I just laughed my butt off when I saw that was priceless.
Yeah. Tickets, them people. Everybody wants to be a hoof star, I swear. You know, they're the biggest enemy to the horse there is.
and I
Because
don't get it why they don't want to learn.
because they want to be a star and they want to, you know, they either want to steal it
Privately.
or
Let's contact with them privately. I don't want my name to come
Yeah.
come up. And I say, come, I'll show you. And you know,
yeah,
the farrier
you're
I'm
saving their
working with,
face, so to speak.
yes, yes.
Yeah, I understand totally. I've
But
thought
now
of that.
I have to say names.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
Start
look
a
at me.
war.
Look at me. I say names and everybody just loves me for it.
Yeah, I know. I'm at
You're
the
so
same point.
mean.
It
Yeah.
sounds to me like you need to find one high level trainer and convince them that
I
this is
have
the way to
one.
go. Okay.
I have
Because
one.
once that high level trainer starts actually winning with the progress made with these you know TACT trim feet, that's when you'll start changing minds, because people just want to throw money at stuff and get results. They don't want to educate themselves to get results. Does that
You
make
know,
sense?
I have a farrier who works with TACT, and he's saying he's doing TACT. And a month ago, he got a court order from another farrier.
For over what?
He got, how do you say, when somebody accuses you that you're harming him.
Oh, you're libeling him. But see, that's why I'm saying if you can get to one high level trainer and then that trainer gets results with their horse having a TACT trim, then those results will speak for themselves. You don't have to badmouth anybody or libel anybody or get, you know, summonses issued to you to shut up.
Well,
Sometimes
I was in the riding club environment, and there is a nest of people who harm horses there. You cannot go against, because they have the vets that they are gaining lots of money out of this story.
Oh, yeah, of the lame horses.
Every horse has at least, I don't know, 50 X-rays. One X-ray costs about 350 euros.
Cripes.
You cannot compete them.
Mm-mm.
That's the sad thing.
Yep. It is what it is. It
Yeah.
is what it is.
But
Someday,
things change. Things change because
Yeah.
everywhere I go, and there are horses, many horses to the races, or not the races, the hippodrome. How do you call them?
well, I could start a web page in Greek. Then I personally will just libel the snot out of them. All right. And they can't do jack crap to me. There you go.
Linda, I can translate everything you send to me before you post.
There you go.
I can do this very easily. If
Yeah.
you want to do it, let's try.
Yeah, let's do it that way.
Yeah.
And really go into historical, into the Greek history and pride, things like that.
Oh, darling, you are an absolute minority among Greeks who study
And I'm
Greek.
not even Greek.
Yes,
It's Greek to
you're
me.
an
See,
you're
can't
an
say that to
absolute-
me. Can't say
You're
that
an
to me
absolute
because,
minority.
because I love Greek. I love Greece. I love the Greek history, especially the language.
But see how beautiful this hoof is coming.
Yeah, it is really coming along. You can see this. I mean, this thing was just growing off his foot. Like he had an extra hoof capsule almost on it. Half an extra hoof capsule. And then of course, because they grow, what's nice is his feet, they're pretty steep, but still that the capsule grows down and forward. So whereas here is his foot, it should have been back here.
Yeah. Gradually.
So, yeah, how uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be snapping a tendon with every step. Just about. Let alone
And
the way they walk
champion-
anyway. They need all the help they can get.
The company of the people that they have the champions, last month they lost 3 champions.
For
The
this
horse
very
died.
reason.
The horses died.
Yeah. Because of their
3
feet.
in a row.
Yep.
But how can you deal with it? How can you say that this is the farrier's work that made the horse dying?
No. Blame it on the Muslims. No.
Well, anyway, let's go
I'm
back
joking.
Let's go back to your lesson.
I'm joking in a way. Because when you look at the history, okay, some of this history is pretty weird in how some of these ideas got assimilated around to people. Like, when did Greeks stop learning to know what their horses' feet should be like? How did they go from Alexander the Great? Hey, you even go into the museums, the feet are all over the place. How did they go from that to this? How'd they go from them warhorse feet to these cripples?
Modern advancement.
Yeah. I think it was a subtle plot.
New ideas that
Janet's
people were-
trying to shut me up.
and new ideas that people tried to make their own reputation on that were false, but nobody cared to disprove them.
Yeah. It's just
No, it's not
interesting,
that, guys. No, I disagree. It's all about money. Money.
Well, it is now, that's for sure.
it is always have been about money. Once they were established in the education system, I mean the vets,
Uh-huh.
they get money out of it.
Yeah. Well, and they don't know. I mean, they're getting money out of it, but they don't know. They really are deluded. They
Yeah.
they think they know when they don't. And that is the worst place to be in, when you think you know the truth, but what you know is really not true. So, because when you're there, you cannot learn.
But I'm very happy because they are stealing out the things that I post, and they're stealing my work.
Oh, well, hey, there you
There
go.
are some way things are going to the right direction.
There you go.
I really don't care. I don't earn anything from TACT and from the Hoofs.
I know you don't.
And
Neither do
I keep like this because I want to be able to say the truth, and nobody can tell me that I earn something out of
right.
it.
That's right. And
So,
this really is about the truth when it comes right down to it. I mean, this is such a great example of how the whole world can be deceived and deluded, you know, by lies. And it's not even that people are lying on purpose. They have believed a falsehood. It's an error. That's still a lie. They believe a lie is the truth. They believe error is the truth. They believe falsehood is true. And so when a person believes that falsehood is true, they cannot learn.
but you know, Linda, it can go both ways, because we have a couple of farriers that they're saying that they're educated because they made a couple of seminars abroad. Yeah. They came back. One is doing Landerville.
Oh, Christ.
And he says, don't talk to me. Don't talk rubbish, because I'm a certificated person from Landerville method. And I have the certification. And you cannot talk because you are none.
Yeah. Well,
of course, the results count. But if you go to a big riding club or a big ranch, let's say, a big horse farm, they will choose the one with the certificate because they can sell it to the owners better.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Time.
Well, and here's
every time I run into it all the time. What's your certification? Well, what I do works. You can hire the certified person that doesn't know squat, or you can hire me, pick one. So, and I don't argue. They can pick whoever they want. But the proof is in the pudding, right? I mean, the results are what matters. If they're too ignorant to see the result, then
you must find an owner that he really is open-minded to show the results.
Yes, that's what I was saying. That's why I was saying you need to find one open-minded trainer who can the results in the show ring, and then you'll make big leeway. I had
a horse of a friend of mine. She took it in Athens. And after 7-8 months that the horse was lame, she called me. And I had to go for a year, every month in Athens, it's 350 kilometers away, to trim this horse. Once the horse became sane, she called the old farrier again.
You're a better friend than I am. That's all I can say.
Yeah. Well.
And the horse goes to the competition lame now. Again. And she called me after a year and a half, and she said, would you mind if you go to have a look at the police hoofs? I said, no, never again.
Good for you.
Yeah, what's the point? You know?
There is that
you know,
saying, stupid is as stupid does, you know? I mean, if you see the truth and you don't follow the truth, that's on you. That's not on anybody else.
I became crazy because they called
I'll
the
bet
same
you did.
farrier who
Yeah.
lamed the
Same
horse.
fairy
the
that lamed
Yeah.
him to begin with.
Some
Yes.
people you just cannot help. It's a hard sort, you know, and the thing that bothers me the most about that is I always want to help the horse. The heck with the person,
Yeah,
right?
Yes.
But the horse can't give me permission. I have to get permission from the owner, right?
yeah.
You know, and that's what drives me crazy. And that's the hardest thing to swallow, is especially when that horse wants you to help it and you can't because you can't get through to the owner. And that's just something you got to live with.
You know, I was crying my heart out because I said, it's a pity for the horse. And after
Yeah.
6 months, they sold the horse and they bought another one because they
Yeah,
had money.
Another one they can cripple.
Another one will bite the dust, and there's
Yeah.
nothing you can do about it. I'm sorry. It's the sad, sorry state of affairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just that's this world. That's this world. That's the deceit and the wickedness of the people in this world. You know, and
I
it's,
was
you
sick
look at
about this
this,
story.
you look at this, and this is just a horse's foot. What the hell else are they jacking us around and screwing us over on in many other fields that they say, oh, this is the truth? What about the medical field? What are they doing to us there?
Oh, please, let's
know.
not go there. We'll be here until midnight.
Yeah, no kidding. But I'm just saying the
And I tell you,
darkness and
the
the
fact,
deceit. See, the darkness and the deceit in this world is abundant. Things aren't not always as they seem.
and the fact was with this horse that it was the trainer of the lady who had it who insisted to go back to the first farrier.
See, that's
Yeah, I'm
not
sure
the
because
trainer's
them
fault.
jerks
That's
don't
the
like to be
owner's
wrong.
fault. Yeah.
You know, they don't like to be wrong. There's so much ego wrapped up in this.
No, it's money because
Yeah.
the trainer got money from the farrier.
Oh, probably, yeah.
No,
But
probably
you
no.
see that's still the owner's fault.
Okay.
Because the
Can
owner
we move on to
first
something else
concern
now?
should be there. Yes,
Yes,
please.
yes,
Okay.
yeah, yes.
I want to
Let's go
stop
on.
this conversation. I want to move on to something else.
Yes.
And I'm totally relating with you. Okay. And eventually here, I will have some things written up, like especially on David Landerville. Okay. And how wrong what he's doing is, and just in general. Okay. But it's all tied in to the originators and what they did, and the phony BS research that these people have said they've done. Okay. See, right now I'm in the process of, I got all their books and I'm going through their books line upon line. Okay. And finding out that there's a lot of contradictions. And so be able to show how one relates to the other, and develop a program to open people's eyes. That's what I'm believing for. And have information for you. But see, we got to get back to the source of the false information and why it's false. And because we've got all these pictures of wild horses now, we can prove it's false. To whereas before, when they came out with their books in the early 90s, nobody had any pictures of wild horse feet. See, like I'll just take you through a post that we did today. Let's see. You know, but some of this stuff takes time to ferret out. Just a minute. Let me go to the group page, and I'll just show you some things I posted, and then Maybe look at a couple wild horse feet and a couple other things and see, take it back to the source, back to the source, back to the source. It's not David Landerville. It's who he learned from. Okay. But you can use his posts. Okay. Because he strictly followed Jamie Jackson. You can use his posts and what he says, where he shows how he believes that these horses have to suffer for years to have good feet. Okay. And he's told people sometimes they're going to be sore for 7 years. And that a lot of times there's a lot of failures, but see, these people are never telling you about all the failures. That's why we're here. We're all their failures. We're their failures. Okay. So I just want to show you this deal, if I can get in there permanently. Let me move some stuff around here. Close that out. I'm trying to find Facebook. There we go. Okay, close that out. I'm going to go over here. Let's see, where are we at? Oh, here we are. Okay. New share. Okay. Okay, so you see, are we on the page? You see it there? Okay, so
Yes.
this is so awesome. So does anybody remember this post today?
Yep.
Okay, is this horse the coolest? I swear, this is the coolest looking horse I've ever seen. That's got to be the ugliest head I have ever seen. He's got the battle scars, doesn't he? He's just amazing. What do you call that? That's like an extra Roman nose that horse got. So this is I forget where these horses are. Sandwash Basin, which is is that Wyoming, Montana, somewhere like that. Anyway, so you look at his feet. Now, so what I posted was this deal here. Here. It says I said his feet are exactly as said by the Greek general Xenophon. And am I saying that right? Are you there?
Yes.
Xenophon.
Xenophon, xe. The E in Greek is e.
Xenophon.
Yes,
All right.
xenophon.
I'm gonna have you record that for me so that I can practice. All right. And now you see why places with certain names wind up having a different sound, like Philistia. All right. Won't go into that though. All right. So his feet are exactly as said by the Greek general. Say the name.
Xenophon.
Xenophon. Xenophon. Of what to look for in choosing a war horse. And you got to remember that the Greeks rode barefoot horses. When testing the feet, this is what he said. When testing the feet, first look to the hooves. Okay, and actually he said that you should look to the hooves first. Now, where is this? Because see, here's an interesting thing. They never fully quote the guy. All right, they're always just quoting parts of what he says. Okay, so just a minute here. We'll go back. This is what he says. He says in an examining, well, let's go back to the first part of it. He says, inasmuch as we have a long experience of cavalry and consequently claim familiarity with the art of horsemanship, we wish to explain to our younger friends what we believe to be the correct method of dealing with horses. True, there's already a treatise on horsemanship by Simon, who also dedicated the bronze horse in the Elysium at Athens and recorded his own feats in relief on the pedestal. Nevertheless, we shall not erase from our work the conclusions that happen to coincide with his, but shall offer them to our friends with far greater pleasure, in the belief that they are the more worthy of acceptance, because so expert a horseman held in the same opinions as we ourselves. Moreover, we shall try to explain all the points that he has omitted. First, we will give directions how best to avoid. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, I guess I was sharing that. I hope you're seeing this. Okay. He says, first, we will give directions on how best to avoid being cheated in buying a horse. See, there were horse traders even back then. For judging an unbroken colt, the only criterion, obviously, is the body, for no clear signs of temper are to be detected in an animal that has not yet had a man on his back. Okay, let me go to the next page here. In examining his body, we say you must first look at his feet. How about that? Isn't that something? The feet first. That's amazing. For just as a house is bound to be worthless, less if its foundations are unsound, however well the upper parts may look, so a war horse will be quite useless, even though all his other points are good, if he has bad feet. For in that case, he will be unable to use any of his good points. See, war horse. I mean, is there any time you want a horse to be more sound than if you're fighting a battle and trying to keep from being killed? Of course not. Now, when testing the feet, first look to the hooves, for it makes a great difference in the quality of the feet if they are thick rather than thin. Next, you must not fail to notice whether the hooves are high, both in front and behind, or low. Let me read that again. Next, you must not fail to notice, look at that, not fail to notice whether the hooves are high both in front and behind, or low. For high hooves, behind, in front and behind, meaning the hairline. The hairline. High hooves have the frog, as it is called, well off the ground. But flat hooves, that's a low hairline with bulbs on the ground. But flat hooves tread with the strongest and weakest part of the foot simultaneously. Why is that? Because you have hoof wall on the ground, but you have the bulbs sucked down and on the ground too. So he says, but flat hooves tread with the strongest and weakest part of the foot simultaneously, like a bow-legged man. Moreover, you know how a bow-legged man walks on the sides of his feet. Simon says that the ring too is the clear test of good feet, and he is right, for a hollow hoof rings like a cymbal striking upon the ground. Now, we're going to come back here in a minute. I'm going to tell you about this dude here, okay, and what this means here, where it says this is a note they put in here. So, this is from the Perseus Project at Tufts University, where they have translated every Greek writing you can think of. And and you can look up every word, what it meant in Greek, everything. So it says M. Bourgelet, imagine that's French, so the T is silent. Bourgelet, Marcia, if you're there, I don't know if Marcia's here today, but she's familiar with French.
Yep, I'm here.
Am I pronouncing that right?
Pretty good. Yep.
Oh, pretty good. This is like my xenophone. Okay. M. Bourgelat, in his preface to the second volume, Les Semaines Hippolyta, blah, 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 remarks this remark as trifling and false. He says that what Xenophon said was trifling and false. And if our author is to be understood literally, the criticism is certainly just. Let me tell you who this dude is. He's one of the heads of the first vet schools in France that believed what Lafosse said, that you should lower the heels on all these horses. So, of course, when he read this, right, in Greek, he said it must have been false because they were already teaching this guy right here that you should cut the heels out of him. How about that? So you can look him up. I looked him up. And yeah, he was a contemporary right after, either right before or right after Lafosse, the Frenchman Lafosse that started the whole deal about how you should cut the heels out of these horses. That crippled every horse he cut the heels out of. And then they all decided, oh, just got to do it slower. You know, let them adapt. So now we're going to go back to this. Let's see. Yeah, okay, I'm back. Okay, so now come on. All right, so we're back to the group looking at this guy here. All right. And so I quoted that and sent the link. And then I said, high in front and behind with the bulbs high up off the ground because the frog stay grows up between the bulbs and then cushions them on each side by at least 1 inch of frog fully underneath. And with the full 2 inches, here we go, the full 2 inches going from the hairline. See what did casino phone say? High in front, looky there, high in front and high behind, right there. And so you got your foot up here, your heels end about here, your frog stay is growing clear up here between the bulbs, and then right about here you got frog growing from here on down. So you got frog stay, 2 inches of it between the bulbs here, and then at least an inch running right across from heel to heel of frog padding. And so high in front and high behind with the frog high up off the ground. That is what it means. And also you'll find that the frog won't be necessarily always on the ground back right there either. There's always a little bit of room because the way it's supposed to work. Because what happens is that frog gets pushed down to the ground. I've showed that in videos. How that frog, that pastern descends onto the digital cushion, which is part of the foot, which descends then onto the frog stay, which is part of the capsule. And the whole time they're pushing up. And that's the suspension system. So that helps that tendon that's right here. So that's that horse's feet. Okay, that's his front feet. Here's his back feet. Still high in front and high behind, right about here. Now, there's a little bit of dirt there. This horse's heel. Let's see, let's annotate here. What do I got? Huh. We've got a new toolbar. They're messing with me. So his heels are like this. His heel here is like that. See that? High in front and high behind. There's the hairline. There's the hairline. Let me see. Now I got to figure out how to, oh gosh. Okay, got it. Just a minute. Okay, now we got a new toolbar. They've sprung something new on me. Hold on. Now where'd the annotate go? AI caption. What the heck is that? They're springing new stuff on me here. Just a minute. Okay, there's annotate. Now I got to figure out how to clear it. Mouse, select. Oh, you can put text on it now. Hi. Not in white. Just a minute here. Draw. Color. Let's see. I'm just playing now. Well, you can't see it. Oh. Okay. Hello. Just a minute. Redo. Clear. Clear all drawings. All right. Hey, they got a pretty cool new little thing here. Okay, so let's see. Where are we at? Oops. Wait a minute. Screen share. Go back there. Okay. Okay, then I shared this one here because I was naming names. All right. And here's Jamie Jackson's one. Well, here, I'll read it. Here is Jamie Jackson's one dead wild horse foot that he wants us all to put on our horses. Okay, so high in front and low behind. Exactly what Xenophon said you do not want in a war horse. You know, especially a horse, you're going to go, and let me tell you what, Alexander the Great, he read Xenophon, and that is why they knew how to take care of their horses' feet, and that's why they conquered the whole then no civilized world. And so here's his foot. Now, where did this foot come from? Okay, the foot from a wild, free roaming mare living in the U.S. Great Basin who died during a BLM gather in the late 1980s. All four of her feet were preserved through a freeze-drying process and are used for educational purposes by Jamie Jackson, photo by Jamie Jackson. And so here you see that they are over. I'm going to take copy so we can enlarge here. There you see how they're in a class. And so everybody is being led to believe that this is the foot you should put on your horse. Well, we're just looking at a wild horse's foot, and we're reading what Xenophon said that the foot should be. High in front and high behind. The wild horse that we just looked at is high in front and high behind. But all of a sudden, we have the feet off one mare that died in a BLM roundup that he's got everybody and their dog trying to put on their horses. Well, what if your horse is supposed to be high behind?
Linda, I see a white page.
Well, darn. Just a minute. And I had such a rant going. Let's see. Where am I at here? You share. There. Yeah, don't be afraid to speak up.
Okay, now we are there.
Okay, let me start that over. Okay, so this is a foot at every clinic. This is a foot every barefooter has on their page, you know, as the ideal foot. And so you got to remember that when he did his research, which he says he did from 1982 to 1986, that there were no pictures of wild horse feet. Okay, now his book did not come out until 1982. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, in 1986, in the years 1986 and 1987, Gene Obenik was researching wild horse feet with BLM up in Wyoming. Okay, neither man knew about the other one. So he comes out. So Gene, I don't know when exactly he published his paper. All right. But it had to be before 1992, before Wahir's book came out. And in Gene's research, he said heel height varied. He never fully measured heels, but I got pictures. I've got lots of pictures now of his research that he took when he was doing it. In Jackson's first book, we ain't got nary picture one. Why is that? Because he claims to have taken now 1,000 pictures. All right. How come there was never any pictures of these feet that he thoroughly examined in his first 2 books? And then in the 3rd edition of the same book, there's only a blurry, kind of crappy picture of one he says was his. So this is not a horse that he examined. This is a horse that died in a BLM roundup that they gave him later. Notice he says late in the 1980s. So he did not even acquire this foot, supposedly, while he was doing his 4-year research project. So, and guess what? This is a rear foot. This is not even a front foot. This is a rear foot. The front feet, on the front feet of the same horse, you can tell she had heels and they were just severely underrun. And they were at least 1.5 inches to 1.75 inches long. Okay, so this foot is taken around to every clinic, every barefoot person, and we're supposed to think, and I did, that we're supposed to put this foot on all our horses right here. So that means that if we adopted that wild horse we just saw, and then we gentled him down and started trimming him, this is what we try to do to his feet right here. Well, what if you don't have a foot like that? See? Okay, so let me get going here. Wait a minute. So, okay, see, and you got this over here, just a minute. It says, new share. Over here, this is at a clinic somewhere where they got these feet on display. It says, these are a couple of hooves which show what horses' feet should look like. When we take care of our horses, these models are what we need to keep in mind. These hooves belong to a hard-working, healthy wild horse, which regularly traveled 20 miles a day over varied rocky terrain. Well, that horse did not survive the BLM roundup. Just saying. Okay. Now, David Landeville, in his post, which says the heart of hoof development, says that he read that wild horses improved and developed their feet over their lifetime. And then he says, even if it isn't true, I believe it. How about that? Even if it isn't true, I believe it. And everything in his trim is to get a horse's foot to look just like this. Even if it isn't true, I believe it. And so The influence of Jamie Jackson on him is why you see all these people beveling the heel to try and pull the hairline down to the ground, because this is what, well, right here, healthy hooves. This is what is claimed as healthy hooves. These are a couple of hooves which show that what our horses' feet should be like. When we take care of our horses, these models are what we need to keep in mind. Well, that is what I had in my mind for many years. And my horse did not have healthy hooves. Why is that? Because this is not the foot any horse should have. This is the foot of an older horse that wore her feet out, going 20 miles a day. There is, you know what they see, this is the philosophy that you're supposed to trim this horse like it's wearing its feet down to 20 miles a day. See? Now, let's go on to the next one. Here we go. He says in his book that all wild horse feet, he says right here, in the section on hoof size, heel lengths were found to be the same for virtually all hooves sampled. And what is that? 1 centimeter. Look at the hairline. Is it high in front and high behind? No. But see, he didn't just come up with this idea of low heels like this. This is what was started in the vet schools and with LaFosse back in the 1750s that has led to 200 and some years of crippling horses and seeing their early demise before their natural life cycle ends. This is history recorded. So, this minute. So, like I say here, there were no photos of wild horse feet when he came out in 1992 with his book, The Natural Horse, claiming to have been studying wild horse feet for 4 years, from 1982 to 1986. And so it took him 5 years to come up with this book. Whereas Gene Ovanek really, let's see, I need to enlarge this so you can see it. Now here's Jackson's research on wild horse feet and the drawing he came up with that's supposed to represent wild horses. Here is Gene Ovanek's research and the drawing that he basically came up with. Now, there's a stark difference between 1 centimeter here and what you're seeing here. Am I wrong? Do you see the massive difference in these two kinds of feet? Now we have pictures of these feet, which I'll show in a minute. So go back here. Here is a foot that has had the heels totally worn out and the hairline pulled down to ground. You'll be able to find these samples out in the wild. Horses can wear their feet out in the wild. They don't improve over their whole lifetime. Okay, how thick is the frog here? Hardly nothing, and not much sole either. Now, look at here. So here's what we've been told is supposed to be the ideal that we should put on our horses. And this is what everybody is trying to trim their horses' feet into. Here's a young horse, a wild horse, adopted horse, and this is his foot. Okay, here's another wild horse, and this is his internal foot. This foot here would have to be distorted and deformed into this shape here in order to look like this foot here. If we go down here, when we look here, you can see the amount of frog and where the hairline is clear down here at the ground. Remember, those that have low heels are like bow-legged men. They walk on the softest and hardest part of their foot at the same time. The softest, the bulb, and the hardest, underrun or trimmed out hoof
Oh,
wall
we
here.
do. Yes.
And-
The only issue with it is that there is like no guarantee
Oh,
that
you must
it will
not be
actually
muted,
available, because
Marcia.
the contract was supposed to start
Who's
last week,
talking?
and it's been pushed out like so many times, but then they got a little bit closer to actually doing it. So I can
Who's
I
talking?
believe it's
Because
empty, but
hello,
here.
I can't even see who it is.
Let's go to
To be able to mute people.
and I'm sorry, you said the 31st.
Yes.
I think that's
So
Marcia.
it's
Linda, it's
Marcia, Marcia,
Amy.
Marcia.
technically in renovation.
Linda, Amy,
But
Amy
I
Parker.
can
Really?
write in
I can't even find that
for what
person.
time?
Keep
wait.
scrolling down to get.
Aha! Gotcha.
Wasn't me.
I was looking. Well, she kind of sounded like you.
Oh, no.
Okay, so, all right, so look at the difference here. In the frog, remember he said the frog high up off the ground, high up between the bulbs. See, you got at least 2 inches, almost 2 inches of frog right here. Now, if we're looking at the foot from the back, you have a good inch under the side of each foot of the back of the foot of that frog. You have good frog bedding. Look at here, the difference in this foot. Just a minute. I'll save this image so I can enlarge it. God. See, we've been bamboozled. Let's see. New share. Where is it? No, hold on. Gotta open it. Here we go. We've been bamboozled. He's bamboozled himself. He's deluded and deceived himself. So this is Xenophon's foot right here. This is what it would look like internally. And this, if you sliced it in half in a sagittal section, which they like to do, this is what it would look like sliced in half. You would see the frog right way up between the bulbs here, supporting. Now, this is the hoof capsule. This is the foot. This part here is the foot. This is the hoof capsule. They come apart. This is covered with skin. And between it, on the skin of the frog corium, it grows this big, thick, fat frog right here. And this big, thick, fat frog, along with heel buttress wall right here, see it? It supports the softest part of the foot up off the ground like that until you cut the heels out and you pull it down to the ground, and then the horse is walking on the hard part and the soft part at the same time, just like Xenophon said. And so then you see the foot cut in half here. And this is what you got. You got this one with big old chunk of frog stay separating the bulbs and supporting the whole back of the foot. Or you got this one here where the heels have been totally worn out, pulling all the bulbs down to the ground like that, and it stripped the frog out of the foot like so. So what horse or what foot would your war horse perform better with? You see what I mean? So, so this is the foot David Lander built. Can this foot be put on horses? Obviously. Okay, are you going to want to pick that horse as your war horse? Nope. And so we'll just look at some wild horse feet here. Because remember, when he did his supposed research where he studied all these horses. Now, here's the thing. Come out with this book in 1992. Then he had another edition in 1997. In his first book, he claimed to have studied, well, he says it twice. First part of the book, he says, I thoroughly examined over 100 head of Mustangs that BLM ran in. Then you get into the book, he gives an exact number. He says it was 107. He says that in his first book. He says that in his second book. By the time we get to his third book in 2020, he's changed it up. It's the same wording, but he's reworded it to be 250 horses. And then under a picture, he says it was 1,000 horses. And then he says he took pictures of all of them. Well, why the heck didn't he put pictures in his first book? See? Now, Janet asked him, see, and maybe next week we'll go into his explanations for that, which were interesting to say the least. So all these contradictions, see, all these contradictions. And so I tried to put this foot on my horse from probably 2007, because before that I was doing Gene Ovanek's trim. See, I didn't know that there was this big difference between him and Gene Ovanek until Jan Mulcher sent me all her hoof books and sent me his book. I never read it before. I thought that that him and Gene Ovanek probably came to the same conclusions, but they didn't. This was Gene Ovanek's research. This was his research. And the only foot that he had to supposedly prove that research is that picture of that one dead wild horse that BLM gave to him. That's the only proof that he had in the whole book. In fact, he even actually shows a couple of hooves in there that don't have these heels at all. Not at all. But you see what the problem is that when they start reading up on the history of hoof care, they find that they've been trimming the heels out of these horses for a long time. So they're looking for a horse that's going to agree with what they've already been taught, that these horses should have low heels. So anyway, I'm aggravated about this. I'm very aggravated about it, because if it's true that the hairline, see, because here's another thing, you know, they teach you should have a 30-degree hairline, right? But if it's true that the hairline and the foot should be high in front and high behind, then that means that's why the transitioning is not working, people, because we've been trying to transition our horse's foot into something it was never, ever, ever, ever meant to be. And I believe that. I don't think his research was correct. Somewhere along the line, he made some big, giant mistakes, because his image here does not agree with what wild horse feet primarily look like. And I've gathered enough photos to know this to be a fact. And so if we're here, I'm going to take and show you some of these wild horse feet. High in front and high behind. No 30-degree hairline. No ground parallel coffin bone. So what are you doing to a horse? This is foot. Well, look. Let me go back up here. Where is it? Right here. What are you doing to a horse's foot?
New share.
Oh, sorry. Let's see. New share. I'm lost. New share. What are you doing to a horse's foot when you're trying to force it into that? That's what you're doing. You are foot binding it, just as if you were foot binding a Chinese lady back in the 19th century or whenever. You know, you're forcing, because what we found out was as you trim the heel buttress out, it actually trims the hoof capsule out, makes it smaller, and it binds this foot into a smaller container. And one of the reasons it can do that, well, look here. Look at that big frog stay that grows in there. Look at, there ain't no frog stay left here. So you got all that room between the bulbs to be able to pull that foot in and compress it into a smaller unit. And because the back 2/3 here is all soft cartilage and fat, you can just twist that whole thing in, make that whole thing smaller, and bind it into a tiny capsule.
Hey, Linda?
Yeah.
It's interesting. Right after a fresh trim, Dolly will fit in a size 1 boot on her front feet, and she's just fine. Walk, trot, canter online, just no problem. As her feet start growing, and I get to the point that the boot is getting tight to put on, it'll go on, but she will walk and she will hesitate to trot. She will not canter. I take her back into the barn. I put on her the next size bigger with a little padding in because it's a little bit loose on her foot at that point. Back outside and she walk, trot, canter. It's just a snug boot, even on a complete foot.
How
is
about
uncomfortable.
that?
Yeah, I was just shocked.
That's amazing.
Their feet are sensitive. It's a hard foot. The capsule is solid,
Yeah.
but the snug boot was uncomfortable and she couldn't move properly.
Well, see now, that's like a double analogy thing there too, because just goes to show, what about when their very own hoof capsule is too small?
Exactly.
Well, that's really amazing. Thank you for sharing that. Wow. Yeah, and I see that too more and more all the time, how flexible this foot really is. It ain't a block of wood like they treat it. Okay, so we're gonna look at some wild horse feet. Pictures, this minute here. Wolves. Wild horse. Okay, well. Okay, so well, this is under the fair use doctrine for educational and criticism only. I don't make a dime off this. So let's see here. Let's see, new share. Oh, wait a minute. We'll just go through all the wild horse pictures I got here. And I haven't been collecting all these. See, for a long time, all I had was these ones that were on Pete Ramey's page, who in his head, see, it's like me, because they put that image in my head, because they put, let's see, new share, because they put this image in my head. Even though I saw this, I still kept trying to get this for years. And I even made this my model foot too. Okay, but I still was not seeing the configuration back here. I was not seeing this. And and of course didn't know about the frog stay, didn't really understand just how separate, didn't know this was a skin covering, still thought it was just tissue, stuff like that. So okay, so oh man, see, even this little guy, you can just tell he's got big old good feet under him, that his feet are expanding, or his capsule's expanding and growing, and look, he's getting moisture. These guys, high in front and high behind, high in front and high behind, all of them. And here we go, Charlie Russell painting from the 1800s, wild horses, 2 stallions fighting. Look at their feet, high in front and high behind. Got at least 2 inches of heel here. Let's see here. Okay, this is just some wild horses, BLM cot, adoption. Look at this crap. Adoption incentive program allows qualified adopters $1,000 up to 60 days after title date. Can you imagine? So if you're like, there's this one farmer over here, he adopted at least 30. See the grass here, you can support a lot of horses on the grass here. Okay, so that means he'd get almost $30,000. How about that? Freaking BLM. I hate him. Okay, here we go. High in front, high behind. Look at the heel on this horse. High in front, high behind. High in front, high behind. High in front, high behind. Don't want to look at that. I'm going in the wrong place. What the heck? Where are my deals? Just a minute. Hold on. That's other research. I don't know why that's in there. Just a minute. Okay, I found. Just a second. New share. All right. See, and I was looking at these paintings. A lot of them, they didn't paint any of these horses with shoes on, unless they were in the cavalry. How about that? And I think, okay, so there's that guy. Look at that. They're high behind. Look at the frog high up off the ground. See there? That's the frog stay. Clear up high between the bulbs. Look at, that's what he's talking about. I mean, look at the feet on that horse. High behind, high in front. I mean, I know it's a little blurry, but you can tell. There's our favorite guy there again. High in front, high behind, high in front, high behind, high in front, high behind. Bulbs up off the ground. Bulbs up off the ground. High in front, high behind. Oh, I mean to tell you what. Xenophon would have been in seventh heaven choosing war horses out of these horses. High in front, high behind. That's not to say that that the heels can't collapse, that the heels can't get run forward, that the heel can't wear out. I mean, you look. But look at here. Look what it's doing to his foot. You see the red? Not supposed to be like that. You see this foot over here? Look at the growth rings, how they go straight back. Look at the cartilage. Okay, now you look at this foot, he's collapsed that heel under. It's affected the lamina. There's hemorrhaging in there. See there?
But Linda, look where this hoof broke.
Yeah. Yeah, and where that one's not. That's kind of interesting, don't you think?
Yes, it makes the, how do you call them? The we do it when the hoof is not correct.
Yeah. So he should be able to correct this foot by breaking that out of there.
Yes.
You know, but what do? They think that the horse has a natural arch. Because when you trim the heels out or they get long and collapse forward, okay, which can happen. Just don't self-trim, they'll trim quite right. They don't self-trim quite right. Whatever, it's, you know, it's part of nature, but I see where it's showing us here, kind of maybe what the foot does that helps it correct itself. This guy, oh, is that the same guy? No, that's a different guy. You know, look at the massive cartilage, the high hairline behind. Those guys. all these guys. Let's see, wait a minute. Okay, that's me trying to figure out if I could get my foot to look like that one, but I did not have that foot. This is that wild mare of Pete Ramey's that he found in California, in a cattle guard, dead. Does that sole look concave to you? No. Okay, and look, if you look at those horses back here in the heels, full sole in the heels, not like these, not like, well, here, if we go back to the group page, somebody posted a picture of these trims they're doing and how it makes this false concavity, and you ain't got no sole here in the heels. It's hollow. Let me go see if I can find it. Let me get on another picture first. Okay, again, this is what you're doing. This is simulation. Okay, that's taking this foot here and making it do that. See how it would make it smaller? See, because why? Why does it do that? Because the heel is attached to the back of the foot. So when you trim it out like this, it causes it to roll under and pull down. There we go. Look at the frog between the bulbs here. Look at the positive angle of the coffin bone, not ground parallel, not flat. That's what they mean when they say, oh, gotta have a ground parallel coffin bone. They mean that this sits flat, like instead of being slightly elevated here, it just sits flat. And so they think they can take these bones out of a foot and throw them on a table and say, see there, it's got a ground parallel coffin bone. You know, what kind of science is that? Garbage. That's what. Garbage. You can't just take the bone out of the whole foot it's in and then throw it on a table and say, oh, well, it's going to have a 30-degree hairline and a ground parallel coffin bone. That's garbage science, junk science, false reasoning, lunacy. So here we see it again. Here's the foot they say is the ideal. And so they take this is what they do. So they take this deformed foot and they determine their understanding of anatomy off of this deformed 1 foot here. And they want us to put this on all of our horses. But because they wrote a book and because now they're kind of famous and they're in positions of authority, we just naturally believe them. Got the whole world believing their BS. And so this is the true foot, but it can be staring them right in the face and they're not going to see it because, see, once you accept something as true that is not true, then when the truth comes and slaps you right in the face, you cannot see it because you have been convinced that something else is your reality. So you see the frog here, high up between the bulbs. Now, it just so happens that whereas they slice this foot right down the center, bone and all, okay, that which is called a sagittal section, when he did this foot, he just took half the hoof capsule and foot itself off and left the bone. All right. And so we can't see really the angle of the bone here, but it would have been flat like this. But here we can see the angle of the bone, how it goes up like that. That is not ground parallel. Just a minute here. Oh, wait. Trying to get annotate. They're pulling a new deal on me, so now I got to find stamp spotlight. Oh, we got a spotlight now. Let's see how that works. I don't know how that works. Oh, works like that. See the bone? Okay, so here's the tip. And up here, see, it is elevated. Just a minute here. Well, they've ripped me off because they don't have as many features. Undo, redo, save, more. Oh, for cripes. Why do you gotta, probably got some college kid in there changing stuff that don't know Shushay from Shinola. Change it. Oh, let's change it up. Let's change it up. That's what we got our degree for. And then they change stuff up and then it don't work no more. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, I found it. Shouldn't have griped. There you go. That's how the coffin bone is setting. Right there. So here in this foot, it's going to be setting like this. Straight across. Let's see. Okay, how do I get out of here? Undo all. Oh, clear. They got a trash can. Okay, I complained about the kids before I knew how to operate the app. But it's true. Have you ever noticed that? A lot of times they'll come in and change something up and it's worse than it was before and doesn't work the same way it did before. They do this especially. I don't know who's designing cars. Holy caramba. All right, so let's get out of this. Wait a minute. How do I? Okay. Oh, there we go. Gonna take me a bit to learn to use that. Okay. So here we go. These guys, the big fat barefoot lie that all horses have to have a foot like this. Hey, I showed you, okay, from his pictures in a class where they said this is what every horse should have a foot like. This is the model that we need to put on all our horses. This is more the real foot right here, and this is absolutely the real foot you got here. High behind and high in front, right there. Not no 30-degree, worn out, underrun heel hairline. Oh, well, there it is. There it is again. Just so you remember, they say this is a healthy hoof. This was not a healthy hoof. This is a hoof off a dead horse that died in a BLM roundup. Okay, he wasn't even there when she died. This is something BLM gave him. Well, he might have been there when she died. I don't know. Now, here's a wild horse that they caught in Wyoming and they were putting in a sale. They got a big sale up there in Thermopolis just to show you how these idiot farriers, yeah, I said it, okay? How could you let a horse's toe get that long? Because you're an idiot. That's why, because you're an idiot. Who's going to, can that horse even walk forward? Am I bad for saying you're an idiot for having toes clear out to here? And it's probably got a shoe on it. Okay, so high in front, and high behind. This is what happens if you cut the heels out, you pull this down. Well, it wants to stand back up. The horse, look, your horse has a foot that is shaped more like this, and it needs to be supported, and the foot wants to stand up like this. And so when you come in there and you take this off, which forces, you are forcing this flesh foot to come down here. Well, it doesn't want to stay down there, so it will pull up. It's constantly pulling up. And so when it pulls up, then it'll take this little bit of wall that's left here and it'll just wrap it around behind, and you'd think your horse's heels grew when you come out even a week later. There are boys again. High in front and high behind. High in front and behind. Okay, Bavaria. They're not any different over there. This guy
Nope.
here. Oh, go ahead.
Nope, there no difference.
Yeah.
Even,
Yeah. Now look at this guy. The story of this horse, pretty cool. That he escaped out of a BLM catch pen, and him and this mare, they ran together. There's a whole video on it. It's so cute. And so then he wound up getting captured again. And this lady that has a wild horse sanctuary, she got him. And so then she looked for over a year for his partner here. And she comes and she gets the partner, found her, brought her. Them two horses remembered each other, and they were so happy to see each other.
That is just such a cool story. I get goosebumps every time I hear it.
I know, isn't it wonderful? And look at the feet. You want to see high in front and high behind? There you go. Look at that, almost straight across. Huge, huge, beautiful feet. There he is when he tried to escape. There she is. What a fantastic horse. There's a Judas horse. Frickin' BLM. I never did like them boogers. They were, when I was in Wyoming. Ugh. Yeah. Okay, so this is Overland. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of him. I haven't heard about him for quite a while, but he was, I can't remember if he's in Sweden or Switzerland. He really studied the feet, and he made a trip to Nevada, and he walked right up to a wild horse and picked up his foot. There's a video. There's a video on YouTube. Yeah, just look it up. It says wild horses, desert thrush. Desert thrush. They were all limping. Okay. And so he thought they had thrush. He looked at this and thought it was thrush. Well, this is not thrush. What it is with no moisture, that frog got dry and cracked, and cracks clear up into the flesh is what happens. And so yeah, it's gonna hurt. It can crack clear up into the corium like a callus, Oh, there's our model again. I know I got some more pictures here of wild horses because I collected a ton. Oh, okay. And so here is another wild horse foot that was given to a farrier. Obviously, was laying out in the desert. Some people gave it to him. I'm so glad I got his pictures because they're not on the internet anymore. So he must have died. So he cut this foot in half, and you see the similarity between it and the one that Pete Ramey has. Look at the frog stay up between the bulbs here. Look at the thick sole, the convex sole ridge. See, convex sole ridge. Look at that, convex sole ridge. And then right here is what I call the bowl of the sole. The bowl. That's the concave part. Concave, but ideally you get this nice big convex sole ridge around the whole perimeter of the foot, and then the bowl in the sole fills up and it doesn't even hardly look concave. And then this big sole in here supports this toe up where it should be. And so what do they believe? They believe it's only concave, and so the wall would go from here like that. And so they carve it out, And then after time, if the wall stretches forward, then the foot falls through the sole, and they have laminitis, and that is human caused.
And this is the point where the natural shoe is.
Yeah. Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Just look, I noticed when I trim a horse that's got a good sole ridge, well, mine, because I ain't trimming that many anymore. It looks just like a shoe. It's the same width as a shoe, everything, till I kind of smooth it out. So that's that horse's foot. Okay, here we go. High in front and high behind now. His hairline is clear up here. And then the heel is down here. Look at the frog. Back here, the frog up off the ground. Its bulbs up off the ground. But this horse has a massive, massive frog behind his foot. Those don't look concave to me. Like, see, because what happens when you trim the foot out and you pull all that down, it forces the foot to bend and it makes a false concavity. That don't look concave. Look at the full sole. Now, remember when you're looking at these feet online and they tell you it's so great and they show you this real concave feet, that most of the time, you will not see any sole in here. It's hollow. More wild horse feet, high in front, high behind. Man. High in front, high behind. Somebody got a treasure trove there and found a horse with 5 legs. But here's what I want you to see. Look at how much room the coffin bone takes up. And look at the massive amount of foot he had back here. See that? So obviously this, I think maybe these feet went together. I don't know, who knows? But look at the massive amount of foot they don't pay any attention to, really, except to say, oh, you got to trim the heels out to make the digital cushion grow. But see, these horses, what happens when you take all this away? See, got massive frog stays up between the bulbs, and look at the collateral grooves. Like I was showing you the foot off this horse that I trimmed, where the whole back of the foot had been pulled down and the bars had been bent upward into the foot. It's real high right here. So that couldn't have been comfortable. And then this beautiful boy here, high in front and high behind. That's in Canada. High in front and high behind. Look at this guy. High behind, high in front. Look, he's self-trimming right there too, because his feet are getting, well, look at, the ground is not super abrasive there. Big, beautiful, beautiful horse. Pick your war horse. Man. There we go. There's our notch. Jeez. At least 2 inches of heel there on both horses. Maybe we ought to, run them in and trim the heels out of them, because obviously their feet are deformed. They're all club-footed. That's what it is. Every single one of them are club-footed. See, I say that facetiously because I saw there was a what do you call it? A farrier conference. and they had Pete Ramey there doing a talk, and he had the gall to say that he determines heel height by the way a horse moves. What? I determine my heel height by the way a horse moves. And then he's showing a horse, a picture of a horse that he took a picture of when he that had fantastic feet like this, and that foot is reaching out there. He goes, "Oh, that was a club foot." See, these people, you know, they do not know what they're looking at. Yeah, that's a club foot. All these horses have club feet. This is the filly that I went and took pictures of at a BLM auction that have been run in this year. So you can't say, oh, well, her feet were deformed. See, they will look for an excuse to try and keep making the falsehoods that they believe. I mean, they believe it. It's not like they know it's not true. And it's not like they know it's not true and they're just promoting it anyway to look good, although they'll probably do that too. They think it's true because they're blinded. See, I was blinded as well. Look at them curly horses. Hot, there you go. And here's another thing. Look at how steep the dorsal wall is. You know, how are we supposed to fix our horses if we don't have an understanding of what their feet are even supposed to be like? Because man has deformed these feet for so many centuries now. So we have a perverse, corrupt image in our head of what these feet are supposed to be like. Look at that foot. So my question is, have you ever been trimming your horse and you kind of got back to here and then there's this funky ledge? You know, that if you took it out, then your heel would be shorter than it should be. I find that happening and so I'm just leaving it, but I'm going ahead and taking this down more. To be similar to what I've been seeing on all these horses. Because see, I know my heels aren't right and they need to be pushed back. And so in my thinking, whatever they're doing to self-trim here, it's working with the physical laws and mechanics to correct their own feet. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I just want to ask you a question. Does it look like this foot has been rasped? You've all rasped enough feet to know. Okay, you look at this foot over here. See the bevel? Right there? You see this here? Does it look like it's been semi-rasped flat with a sharp edge? It does, doesn't it? Okay, so in his 2020 book, he finally comes up with a picture that is supposedly one of the feet that he examined. All right. And of course, we can't see the heel height really on this horse, but I can tell you that it wasn't no 1 centimeter. And what gets me is I've rasped enough feet flat When I look at this, I know that foot ain't beveled. Like this here, this is all beveled over here. This has been rasped. That guy, he's in way self-trim mode. High in front and high behind. High in front and high behind. High in front and high behind. High in front, it's muddy, but high behind. Now, this horse's heels are underrun. Some there. Do you see that? So, but what they'll do is they'll go around and they'll try and find a specimen that looks like what they teach is the ideal. And when you see pictures of wild horses on their web pages, you never see their feet. They're always covered up with grass or sagebrush. And here's the deal. There weren't any of these pictures back in the 80s. This is a young horse. Here, high in front and high behind. Okay, well, I think we're back to the front part. Well, nope, I'm still going. I'm trying to get there. Now, this is Gene Ovenick's research. Definitely a different model than what Jackson had. And he never said how high the heels were. He looked more at the sole and stuff and the way it looked at the sole, which is deceiving. And so he just thought that you should bring the heels back to the widest, this part of the frog dimple. He did not know that that was going to trim the heels out. But see how I'm trying to get that on my horse. Now these are domestic horses that were in a ranch dispersal sale, and the guy got them. And I thought, he showed pictures of them on his webpage. He's a, horse breaker trainer guy. And I thought, oh, you got some wild horses. And he was like insulted. He was insulted, like, no, these were at a ranch dispersal sale. Yeah, and the horses we just looked at were better than these. So don't get on your high mucky muck that you got some registered horses or something. But the fact of the matter is, look at their feet, high in front and high behind. High in front and high behind. Because see, these horses were never trimmed. They're just, one of these ranches that raise all these horses and kick them out on a pasture. And all of them were like that. So I just thought it was interesting, that these are domestic horses. Some distortion. What do we got here? Still pretty high behind and high in front. This is Chester. High in front and high behind. These guys. Okay, well, we're back to the beginning. Now, I'm going to show you the pictures of Gene Ovenick's horses, of the research he did. So hold on. Let's see. MN Oh, I got it under G. Maybe F, or do I? Where did I put those pictures? Well, maybe it's under G. Hold on. F. I just searched out a whole bunch of them. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. I know where they're at. Hold on. I put them in Google Docs. So that's what science is about, proving stuff wrong, people. Proving these people wrong that said they did all this research. And all I'm seeing is horses being lamed left and right and failures. And now people are starting to admit it too, that this transition phase has gotten a little extreme. So let me see where I'm at here. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay, so these are all pictures I gathered up of his research. Well, except I'm missing some. I'm missing the most important ones. Just a minute. Let me see if I can go find them. Okay, just a second here. These are new ones I got. I had some other ones. Let's see. Well, what the heck did I do with them? Oh, well, while we're here, let's look at these Greek horses. Well, let's see. Let's look at these guys. Okay. Here we go. This is over in Greece. High in front and high behind. And the Greeks were realists. All right. They weren't Picasso's. Here we go. A plate. High in front and high behind. High in front and high behind. It's hard to see, but it's high in front and high behind. And this, I put this in here just to show, well, you know, see, they were realists. They made people and horses like they really were. Okay, so you see this horse back here, high in front and high behind. This horse had feet just like those wild horses we just looked at. This is a bronze that was found in the water that some guy had commissioned. Now, how cool is this? Now, I love this because they say, oh, it's a jockey. I don't think that's what it was at all. I got my own ideas, you know, because they just make stuff up like they don't know where it came from. Okay, they found it in an old shipwreck, right? And so back then, if you were really rich, you could have a statue made of yourself. They couldn't take photographs. And so a lot of times they would have statues and busts made to commemorate and remind them of their loved ones and the people they admired and all that. So this was being shipped somewhere and the ship wrecked. And so it laid at the bottom of the sea there for a while until somebody, you know, come along and found it. And so they call it the jockey of Artemis. Okay, I don't think that's kind of what it was. I'm just going to tell you what I think it was. I could be wrong. And this is why I think this way, because see, first of all, this is an old horse. Look, how do I know that? Look at his eyes up here. See the indentation? Look at his teeth, how his teeth are forward like that. So indentation, it's an old horse. Look at his feet. He doesn't run around as much as he might have used to at one time, so his toes are kind of long. And so my theory is that this was commissioned by a rich man who grew up loving horses when he was a kid, or maybe it could have been his son or something like that. And he wanted a rendition to remind him either of his youth and a horse that he loved. Like, say, this could have been, you know, an actual, they could have taken a bust off the actual dead horse because they do death masks and stuff. But to me, it was done somebody who was wealthy because they wanted, had to do with nostalgia and with remembrance of something they loved, either his son, or this could be him riding his favorite horse at one time or something like that. So I just don't think it's just, oh, it's horse racing, because they're not going to race an old horse. Okay, this horse here is an old horse. So, but anyway, it's cool. But look here, high in front and high behind. There you go. Just a minute, gotta move this. High in front and high behind, high in front and high behind. Now, does it look any different than the people? You see how they were realists. High in front and high behind. Looks just like them wild horse feet we just got done looking at. And look what's cool. He didn't make all the feet totally exactly alike. All right. Just like all those feet we just looked at, they weren't totally exactly alike. Like, look on this one. He's still needing to kind of trim on a little bit of toe there. You know, look how this one is straight. Like we would see them where the feet were not distorted hardly at all, and they would be flat, straight right there, you know. But then look at this one, how it's not, how the toe's a little long and it looks to have that kind of chip thing there. You know, see, realists, they studied the anatomy of these animals. And not sure what that is. Oh, it's a baby dinosaur. Okay. Okay, well, we're past that now. Somebody else's horse's feet. Now this is pretty cool. They used to take horses' feet and make an inkwell. Oh, well, you can put your candle there. You put your ink in there. There you go. So I can't remember who this is. Somebody on the group. And look at this horse. This was she told me this horse had absolutely great feet. Look at those feet. High in front and high behind.
New share.
Oh, sorry. High in front and high behind. That's like from the 70s, early 80s, I think. Anyway, she's showing this horse, but wow, look at those feet. Holy Hannah. Let's see here. New share. I was going to see. I don't know why I can't find them other feet at Gene Obenex. Just a minute. Maybe I put them under something else. Let me find them. Try and remember where, but barefoot, see, correct upon, dissection, miscellaneous, E foot, F trim. we should look at George Malakos's horse. The importance of the back of that foot. See, you know where we're looking at wild horses and we saw them hoof capsules? And we saw where just how much room the coffin bone actually takes up compared to the whole back of that foot. Let's see. Let's see here, just a minute. Maybe I put them H. Maybe I put them in here. Nope. Oh, it's really irritating. F. Well, this is irritating that I got all those pictures from his research and now I can't find them. And they backed up his research to a T, and all these pictures had all the horses he researched had heel. I don't understand. Maybe it was GO. Maybe it was under that. ABCFGH and O. Well, wish there was a search here. Just in pictures. Oh, there is. Just a minute. Gino. Oh, where are you? Okay, well, looks like I found him. Hold on. Well, I found these ones. There's more. But I'll show you these.
Linda,
Yeah.
may I ask you, are we in YouTube?
Yep.
Ah, okay. And the second thing, can I use some of the clips of these videos
Anything you want.
to show some wild horses' feet?
Yeah. Yeah. Use
Okay, thank
anything
you.
and anybody can use anything. All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Even if you want to use it against me, I don't care. Bad publicity is better than no publicity. I'm finding that out. Okay, so these, okay, here's one. Even that is not 1 centimeter. There's a horse in self-trim. Again, those heels are not 1 centimeter. The other pictures were better. And you could tell by this is not 1 centimeter. So these are pictures from 86 and 87. Now, and while we may look at this and see that this is a horrible underrun heel, this is not a 1 centimeter heel. Now, primarily, he just looked at the sole to try and figure out. Now, his dilemma was that farriers teach that none of this sole bears weight. The frog doesn't bear weight. You're to carve the sole out and make the wall bear weight. That is what he was taught as a farrier. And so his primary objective, what he was thinking is, what else bears weight? And so what he saw was that on wild horses, the weight bearing seemed to be on the whole bottom of the foot. And when he did his board imprints, you see how it's black? That's from paint. They painted the feet and then they slapped a board on there to see where the foot was bearing weight. And what they saw was it bore weight in the heels here. And then you see most of the paint right here in the sides of the toe. But that is only because this is the area that horses break the least over and wear the least over in. It is not because their feet are supposed to be square, okay, or because they're supposed to bear weight there. That is not true at all. You can see from that foot we showed you, see, I was doing the trim, basically his trim, when I was doing this horse that we looked at here when we first started this deal. Okay. And so the pillars grew long and then jammed up. And you'll see that on all these horses that they try and do this 4-point trim or this trim of jeans where they try and keep the pillars long and high because he came to the conclusion that they must bear the weight there. That's why they're called pillars, because he thinks you got a pillar here and a pillar here and a pillar in the heel and in this heel. And those are the primary weight bearing structures. Well, they're not. And so that's why, you know, you can go on YouTube and you can find their hoof mapping protocol. And you'll find that they leave this high every time on purpose, to purposely bear weight. But see, this is what interpretation is all about. The only reason that when he did a board imprint that this side was high is because now y'all have horses. How do horses move? What part of this foot do you think they use the least? It would be the pillars. That direction, turning that direction right there. That is the direction they use the least. They use the quarters a lot. Well, in the wild they do. They use the quarter a lot, going from side to side, back and forth, side to side, trying to reach for a bite of grass here and a bite of grass there. So this area is the area that is worn the least. Doesn't mean it's supposed to be the weight bearer or that a horse's foot is square or round. So anyway, so he made his mapping up and based his trim on looking at the sole. That is not what we do. In fact, for years, all I did was look at the sole and all I did was deceive me because this foot can get smaller and smaller and smaller and you're not even realizing it. Because this theory that eventually was come up with that the foot was divided into thirds and that 1/3 was basically in front of the apex of the frog and 2/3 behind. Well, here's what happens. When you trim the heels out, the distance between here and here gets shorter. And so you don't realize it though, but then you come along one day and you go, wow, my toe is sure shooting forward. When in reality, the back of this foot is actually going forward. And so you measure it again between here and here, and then you take and you cut that measurement in half and you put it in front of the apex of your frog and you measure and you go, wow, my toe got long. No, it didn't. This distance from here to here got shorter. And so then you think your toe is long. So then you wind up rockering your toe back. And so then because I did all this, and what I found out was that then the front of the foot can also be pushed back when you over shorten it. And so you're just bending that foot right in half is what you're doing. So you can see here the paint. Okay, he had a board. I don't know, I think he painted the bottom of the foot and then he slapped the board on it. And of course here, I think he used a marker just because he come up with this deal again, that this was the weight bearing structure here. Anyway, that was his. This is what he come up. But look at that. Heel height varied. He didn't measure heels. And looky here, that's way, this would be at least 3 inches. And so that's at least 1.25. It's sure not 1 centimeter. 1 centimeter would be right just this little bit here. So, okay, got a fly attacking me. Okay, well, that's all I got for today. So, do you understand now that what it means to have a high hairline and why? And what their feet are more supposed to be like than what they've been teaching us?
Yeah, definitely.
Do you think it's important to know that?
If you don't know that, how are you supposed to do a foot correctly?
Right. Do you think it's wrong to basically analyze their research and see where they are in error?
You got to know what's out there. You have to know what other people are believing. You have to be solid in what you know to be able to explain it and to compare it. If you don't know what they're doing, you can't compare. All you can do is just say what you've got.
Yeah.
But you can't say why yours is better and
than
theirs fails.
That's right. Why does theirs fail? Because it is based on error. We just looked. He said all of the horses, the wild horses he studied, had 1 centimeter heels. We just looked at 20 or 30 of them that sure didn't have 1 centimeter heels, right?
It would definitely appear that way.
Yeah, it was definitely that way. And so that means that his research is faulty and that he has everyone trimming the heels out of their horses when they're supposed to have heels. And so you are literally deforming the feet when you do that trim. That is what that means. And that is why so many horses have so many problems and so many horses do not transition to barefoot because it isn't the real foot they're supposed to have to begin with. That is the bottom line. That is the truth. So, like it or not, you know, these people can lump it. You know, for me to try and trim my horse's feet into something that they weren't supposed to be. You know, the only benefit I had was I never paid thousands of dollars to get to know this information that is false. You know, with all the schools and the trimming this and the trimming that. Oh my God. You know, these people charge out the yang. I mean, what, a clinic? Have you priced any of these clinics? They're like exorbitant now. You know, so goody, you get to go to learn how to try and transition your horse's foot into something it was never meant to begin with. Now, that is not to say that some horses don't adapt and seem sound. You know, I mean, that's survival, right? That horse that he uses for a model obviously survived, even though she died in a BLM roundup. So she obviously survived. They're meant to survive. Look at all of our horses have survived this trimming. A lot have not survived this trimming. See? So it's got to come out in the woodwork. And if I have anything to do with it, it will in a big way. That people will know the truth, whether they like it or not, you know, because they get to idolizing these people. And really, it's a cult. Okay, it gets to be like a cult when people start, they don't want to know the truth. They don't want to look at different options, and they want to fight you tooth and nail on this stuff. I already seen it. So, go ahead, whatever. You're not my BFF, and this isn't high school. This is science. And obviously, your feet are not the way all wild horse feet are. That is a fact now that we have all these pictures. There you go. Okay. Well, that's all I have. Does anybody else want to talk about anything? Nope. Okay. Well, we're going to call it a day. And I'll probably see you next week. Is anybody there?
Oh, yeah.
Who's
Yeah.
left? Who's
We
left?
are all here.
Okay. Yeah.
If you want to have a little bit of update from Dodo, so maybe you
Yeah. Let's do
we
it.
can have a look. We can have a look, or we can do it next week. I don't.
I would like to have a look now.
Okay.
Let's do
I
it.
just send you a few pictures. Just a second.
Okay.
You get some right now, but I have to find more.
Oh, okay. Let
I
me go
want to
find
see
it.
Dodo too. He's my hero.
Yes.
Thank you, Angeliki, but you're my hero too. Trust me.
Same here.
We are all trying to the same direction, so
She is- She is the messenger.
yeah.
An angel. She's an angel.
Yeah,
Yes.
Angel.
absolutely. Name
Angel
proof.
is the messenger.
Yes.
No.
Let's see. I gotta shut some stuff down here. Okay, get on Facebook. There I am. Okay, I'm seeing a dodo here.
So
Okay, let me find the first picture of what his foot was like before we show this one. Just a minute here. Okay.
I can show you a picture from Dodo just from the beginning. Just a second.
Okay.
Just to try to find it. Maybe it's interesting. What kind of way we walk. Walked already.
Until
So-
you find it, I must say something, not
Okay.
to brag, but my youngest mare,
Uh-huh.
she had TACT since she was born. And she has exactly the same hoofs as the wild horses.
Yeah.
And she's a racehorse and a thoroughbred.
That's great.
Cool.
Next time I will trim her, and it will be when the rain starts here, because her hoofs are very hard.
Mhm.
I will make pictures and I will show it. And
that's-
she has 1 centimeter of wall. That's a very solid wall.
Wow.
Not in highness, in
Uh-huh.
length,
Did let's
Thickness.
see here.
in thickness. Yes, thank you.
Cool. That's cool.
Okay. Oh wow.
And whoever says that thoroughbreds have no hoofs, I am positive now that thoroughbreds have the best hoofs.
Absolutely.
Quality.
Absolutely. They do have great hooves.
So the thoroughbreds, prove me wrong, or tell me if I'm wrong. The thoroughbreds are the racing horses, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes, the racing horses. Yes.
Okay, because I have one in my barn right now, and I'm working on his feet also, and the transition to
Oh wow.
Yeah.
the
Okay.
restoration is absolutely phenomenal. Because maybe I do it next week. I send Linda pictures from him. Because I'm working on him since April, and the farrier before told the owner you never can walk without any irons on, and he put more stuff underneath it and do a 2.5 centimeters. I don't know exactly how much inch they are, to create a false hoof with the irons. And right now we are on that situation without any irons.
2.5 centimeters is 1 inch.
Yeah, 1 inch. Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So, and yeah, that makes me pretty happy because he's walking very well and also walking on gravel ground. So, yeah.
That's great.
Mhm.
Okay, so
And
what
he's-
we're looking at here is what
This
they
is-
were, right?
Yeah, this is Dodo. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
Dodo, and this is the first picture before I start TACT. This is in December 21, I guess.
Okay.
And this is somewhere in between. This is the one on the top is right now. So this is the last picture from yesterday.
This is from yesterday. Well,
Mhm.
his foot is looking so much stronger back here in the heels.
Yeah.
Right in
Yeah.
here, I see a lot of improvement there from
And he's
that.
pretty solid there.
Yeah. See, looking very
Uh-huh.
good.
And he is the horse with the 1,000 hoofs, with the face with the 1,000 hoofs.
Half,
So,
half of the hoof is perfectly correct.
yeah,
You
in
have to
December,
wait other 6 months.
yeah, in December he collapsed again, and I don't know really why. Maybe I take the DIM too early off. So yeah, maybe that's the reason why he collapsed, and I did not recognize, or I did not see the transition from one trim to the other. So, and right now I'm very picky with pictures and study the pictures from one trim to the other in millimeters and enlarge them to the biggest way I can, and take care of every little transition. So
Mhm.
I try my best with him. So he's the hardest horse that I ever trimmed in my life. So
Oh man, well, work intensive, ain't it? With all the
yeah,
DIM and the booting and the everything else.
yeah,
Oh my goodness.
yeah, and the blood and the stuff like that. And he's always walking. He's never got lame and never laying down and something like that.
Isn't that
He's always
amazing?
walking. Yeah, that's totally amazing. And
Yeah.
on Angelo, my other gelding, his improvement is totally different to Dodo's.
Hmm.
So maybe the cartilages are went to bone. I don't know,
Mhm.
but I don't hope it, because I tried to squeeze it, and they don't feel like bone, but I'm not pretty sure at it,
Yeah. Huh.
because they bound it immediately if I took the DIM off.
Mhm. Hmm. Now see, you really get an idea how far this horse has come when you look at this. And then look at that. See, just the way the strength looks back in here,
Yeah.
so much stronger, and the now supporting the bulb and the cartilage.
It grows.
Yeah. See, this one here, that was scary.
Yeah, that was pretty scary.
Yeah.
I'm totally freaking out when I saw this.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You know, and then people show that stuff to me and I try to act like I'm not freaked out. Oh yeah, okay, do this.
And it's
Oh my
yeah,
God.
it's trying to happen from the other day to another. So I'm not sure what's happened there. So the weather is not changing because it's cold and lightly wet, but not that wet. And The only thing I changed was I took the DIM off, so it could just be the DIM.
I'll bet
So-
you it is not having that
Mhm.
support. See, like today we see high in front and high behind. That support of that frog stay high up between the bulbs and keeping that foot up is vital,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
So
Mhm.
I'll bet that's all it is the DIM.
I
Yeah,
have a
and
question here.
What?
I'm wondering if I ever can took the DIM off.
You will be able to once you get the foot solid and the frog solid and everything between the bulbs and supporting, being the support.
Mhm.
Do you have a sole
Yeah, I hope so.
picture?
Yeah, I send you the last one. I guess it
Oh,
should be a
okay.
sole picture.
Okay, just a minute. Let me look here. Ah, okay.
Yeah, and the frog dried out again. So from one trim to the other. This is on October the 16th, and on October the 5th or the 6th, I don't know. It looks a little bit different, not so dried out, and we have the same climate. So there was no rain, and I do everything same. So I changed nothing. I cannot explain it. What's happened there? But it's still
Now,
bound. You can
I
see it. It's still
think
bound.
that you need to change something on these bars. Okay, I think that you don't want these bars gluing to this area here.
I
And
trim them pretty much. I send you a picture where you can see it maybe, because that is what
it a
I
different picture than the one I'm showing here?
yeah, just a second. Where you can see that I trim the bars pretty
Okay.
much. What I'm thinking is that he has that big growth rings around the hoof wall,
Where's
and the toe
Okay.
is growing. The toe is the big no, the hoof is coming back, and then I trimmed out a lot of old bars and a lot of old from the old hoof capsule.
Mhm.
Maybe that old stuff is bounding, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a minute here. Oh, what did I just do with that picture? Okay, so the it's different than this picture because I didn't get it.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. You can just a second. I just try to. Yeah, it's just the view from back. The foot is lifted, but you can see it from. Just a second. Maybe that explain it a little bit better, but because I addressed the I'm very picky with the bars. So I try to just a second. I send you another picture.
Okay.
Yeah, right now you should have it.
Okay.
Maybe you can see it a little bit better how much I trim the bars out, but maybe it's not enough, or I should do it another way.
Well, yesterday, I'm learning too about these bars. Okay. And yesterday I went out and trimmed Valor's back feet because I've had a little bit of problem getting his cartilages to expand. And so I went to trim his bulbs. Unfortunately, I didn't take no pictures, but his feet hadn't been trimmed 4 or 5 weeks, the back ones. And I don't know what it was. I just wound up taking a bunch of bar out and found bar that in reality shouldn't even be there. Found bar, just a minute, I'll show you where. I don't have a picture of his feet, but I can show you where. Okay, see, I can't really tell on here. Let me go to this other picture, just a minute here. Oh, Is that it? Just a minute. Well, I'm lost. New share. Well, where are you? Stupid picture. Cut that out. Okay. Let's see here. New share. New share. All right. So let me turn it around. So what I see here is that this wall should not be like this and then like that. Let me draw on here. New share. Okay, see how your bar goes up here, but then it goes down like this. Right there. And the same thing here. Then kind of, there's a little bit of smoothy stuff here. Okay, that these bars are supposed to go, just a minute. Still trying to figure out how to use this thing. I want a different color. Well, I just don't get color. Okay. All right, so if I was to map these bars, I don't know why that wants to do that. Like so. Okay, your bar, well, actually needs to be like this. More like that. Quit that, you piece of junk. You see? Not have this big square thing here, because all of this is going to keep your heels. This is going to glue your heels right where they're at. If you leave this bar like that, it has to be ending down in here, like so. And lower right here a little bit too, right in here.
Okay.
Otherwise, all this glues it right there so that the whole back of the foot can't move. Like you could be, loosen up your frog real nice and everything, but because the bars are like this, they're just going to glue it right to there. And then you're looking at your heel platform there. Where am I? Just a minute, clear all drawings. You're looking at your heel platform. I got to find a different. Right here. Well, it's supposed to be more like that. See? And so, and at an angle, like not just flat across here, flat. It's supposed to be like if you were looking at the sole, it would kind of slope down like this. See? And then your bars over here, but that sole right in here kind of slopes down like so. It isn't flat across here because the bar is lower.
Yeah, it's lower, and it's the same. It's the same high as the sole, more lower as the sole. That I send you another picture, but maybe
But
what I'm thinking of, and also the yellowish.
Yeah.
Maybe it's from the old hoof. You know what I mean? The old capsule. that grows. So do you think I have to take more out than the solar?
Well, I think you need to take these chunks out here.
Okay.
See,
Yeah. Okay.
This
you need to take this
yellowish
chunk out.
thing, sorry, this yellow thing is the white line of the old bars.
That's what I'm thinking too. And they laid over a little bit more than they should, because I trimmed Dodo every 5 to 10 days, or take a look at the hoofs and do a little bit. And the first time they turned this yellowish. So
Yes, because it's a white line overlaid on the sole of the old bars. And usually I take slices, and this material should be very, I don't know, I am asking, is this material very hard and glossy?
yeah, it's kind of glossy, and that it remembers me to the glue, the inflammation glue that we're talking about when the sole is
Yes,
like
scrub it off.
Yeah, I scrub it off, and I took also my grinder and tried to get it off, but yeah, Dodo is not
Not
amused
with
with the
your
grinder.
knife. Take it off
Yeah.
with your knife, as you peel a potato.
Yeah, I tried to peel it like a potato, but I'm not quite sure how much I have to take it off, because it's pretty deep there.
Yeah.
Well, you'll
maybe
see, if you see some blood coming up, you stop. Because in this
Stop.
case, yes,
Look at
really,
look
because
at
in
the
You
this,
see
look
blood,
at the
stop.
yeah,
yes,
look at the central sulcus. I already stopped
I
there.
do.
yes, it's not that deep. I mean, looking at the side view of the hoof, you have hoof enough, you have wall enough, you have material to go. And in this case, you can try some more than usual.
Okay.
I would do that, but I wanted
Yeah,
to
I will
ask you
try to.
something.
Yeah.
This sole you have, the hoof has a white sole, or he had gray sole and became white.
No, he always had white sole from the beginning.
Okay. So this is his real sole.
This is his real sole. I hope, yeah. But
Yeah.
I find some gray spots also on Angelo, on my other gelding. And yeah, he's turning to white right now. And maybe we can have a look from on the other picture, Linda, that I send you. Just to make sure that I'm understand you right, how much I have to trim off.
And don't be afraid to take off, to sacrifice 2 millimeters of heels too. When you
I don't
bring
sacrifice. No, I'm take off heels too, because I don't want to have them too high. I want to have them in balance, so I have to take it off.
When you bring the bars where Linda showed you, maybe you have to smooth your heels a little bit down. I agree 100% with Linda. This is what I would have done.
Yeah, that's what I'm also thinking of, and just to make sure that I can take off more, because from my opinion, I take off enough, but maybe it's not enough.
Yes, because this yellow thing holds the whole sole and the whole things glued together. You have to
that's
get
what I'm thinking too.
Maybe you do it in 2-3 times, but get rid of this yellowish thing.
Yeah.
This is my opinion.
I make
Sounds good
pictures
to me.
from yeah, before trim and after trim, and I will show it next time, or yeah, and
Okay.
let's see how it works.
That'd be
But
great.
can we just have a look at the other picture that I sent you, the last one, Linda, to make
Yeah.
sure that I understand you right? Because I don't want to make any mistakes on Dodo
Oh,
again.
no, I mean, just take it. Well, if you don't feel comfortable with that, I'm not saying I'm absolutely right. So,
No, I'm feeling comfortable, but it's just to make sure that we all thinking about the same.
okay.
So
Which picture did you want me to look at?
the last one that I sent you on Messenger,
Okay.
it should be a view from the.
And I understand you got a real delicate balance going here, you know?
Pardon me, what?
You have a very delicate balance going on here with what you're doing and everything.
Delicate balance.
That means like you said, you don't want to do something wrong.
Yeah, well,
So,
my way was very hard, and I try a lot. And for the next time, I decided to ask before I try something.
yeah. And I can't always guarantee that every single thing I may tell you to do is going to be always the right thing.
That's fine, but your experiences are more than mine. So,
But you're doing fine. Don't be afraid.
Yeah, you're doing great.
You're
thank you.
doing more than fine.
Thank you so much.
Let's
But
see
Dodo
here.
Dodo freaks me out. On the other horses, everything works very well, but on Dodo, yeah.
I'm
Well, it
talking
is okay.
about this picture here. Just a minute. Right here.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And when you enlarge it, maybe you can see how much I take off from the bar. So,
Okay. Just got to find it. Wait a minute. I think I closed it. Let me.
I'm not sure if you can see it on this view, but yeah, maybe if you enlarge it enough, you can see it, I guess.
Yeah. Let's see. New share. Okay. Okay. So what I see here and why the foot would collapse if you didn't support it is that not yet is the frog stay growing up and pushing the bulbs clear up here.
Mm-hmm.
See, everything is a lot of stuff is still pulled under this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so with support, at some point, you're gonna have to get this part of this bar out of here. That's up here. Now, is the sole picture the same as what I'm seeing here, or did you take more out?
Yeah.
Okay, so in the sole picture, even though we're looking at like this and it looks like it ends pretty decent there.
Oh yeah.
Okay, in the sole picture, here, it still looks like you have some stuff laid over and growing right here that should not be there. And you see it's fully connected to the full bar here. Okay, so these bars will glue the back of this foot and keep it right here. Is all I'm saying. Like if you look at this one, you can see a little crack.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so that's showing that shouldn't be there. Because that
Mm-hmm.
means that's bar that's up and it's laying over the sole right in here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then when we look at this bar, even though when you're looking at the heel view kind of down and it looks like it goes this way, it doesn't really go this way. It goes straight.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Mm-hmm.
And so it may be lower for sure, which I'm kind of seeing it is, but it's not going the right direction because these bars don't go like that. They go aiming in like so. Aiming in like so. And plus, because of the way the capsule and the foot and everything is, these bars are pulled forward anyway. They're not ending. First of all, they shouldn't end up here.
Yeah,
They should,
that's yeah,
yeah, they should end back in here.
yeah, absolutely.
You
And also
know,
the apex. It's not the
yeah,
it's not the true apex. Yeah.
yeah. And so all this is distorted bar
Mm-hmm.
that you got going here. It's not where his bars really should be. Anyway,
Yeah. Yeah.
ultimately, when you get all said and done, his heels are going to be further back here, and his bars are going to end about here.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
So
Mhm.
yeah, so anyway, so that'd just be all like we all do. We wind up trimming to the distortion because
Yeah.
we're still learning and we're not sure what to do. And then you get a horse like this, and man, you know, you're just like second guessing yourself all the time, you know, because you
Mhm.
don't want to do anything to mess up, you know, and go the other way.
Yeah,
That's-
because I thought I am on the good way because his frog expand very good, and the
Mhm.
last two trims it goes the wrong direction, and I said, okay, what am I doing wrong? So
Yeah.
could it be the weather? Is it too dry? Is it something like blah blah blah? But I had the DIM on, I had the socks on, and I had the shoe on, so nothing changed except I don't know what except. So maybe it is the bar, the old capsule that's grown out.
Yeah.
And I have to trim it off. I have to be more braver to trim it off
Yeah.
or out.
Yeah,
Trim this out.
I
Yeah.
know.
You
and
are
then-
brave. You are brave.
Yes, you are brave anyway.
Yes.
you.
I mean, think of it. Us having to undertake to even do this is so much crap to begin with. You know what?
Mhm.
Uh, you know, yeah. 270 years of BS in this
Yeah.
industry. All
Mhm.
because of some bozos in the 1700s that come up with a stupid idea. See, and because
Mhm.
they wrote it in books and they had a school, schools are a scourge. Yeah, I mean, they're fine if they're teaching people just some basics of stuff, but once they get the wrong idea, forget it. Then they're just
Yeah.
indoctrinating people into error and stupid practices and everything like that. So
Yeah, we see what comes out. So look
yeah.
at those feet. Yeah.
Yeah, we shouldn't have to be doing this. We should just be able to have the experts doing our horses' feet and enjoying riding our horses and stuff.
Life was
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
simple when all we had to do was call the trimmer or the farrier and,
Wasn't it?
do the feet and we're done.
Yes.
Life was simple.
Life
Yeah.
was simple when we were in ignorant bliss till the horse went lame.
I'm hoping my new farrier I think is gonna work out. I think it's gonna be okay.
Good.
We'll see.
Good deal.
She's
Fingers
not
crossed. Fingers crossed.
exactly tact, but what she's doing is okay, at least so far. So we'll see.
Good deal. Well, that's all you can hope for.
That's it. If Dolly can be sound and happy, that's what counts.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Mhm.
stay on top of him.
It's a her, and believe me, I'm watching.
Oh. In case you need
Yeah.
it.
Watching it like a hawk.
I put my trimming stuff, my tack locker in the barn, and I put it in my truck, so I'm not tempted to get in there and mess around when I really shouldn't be. But I'm watching. Believe you me, I'm watching.
Good. That's great.
And if
Yeah.
they say, we know what we are doing, just tell her, no, you're doing what I say because I'm paying.
Yeah.
I hear
Yeah.
you.
This is something that it works. I'm paying you, you do the way I like
It would be nice if it worked that way, wouldn't it?
It would, but
Yes.
but so far the first trim she did on Dolly, she took the toes way back, and I thought, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. But it worked out. She tweaked the toes 3 weeks later, took them back a little farther, and Dolly was sore. And I thought, oh no, I got to put the glue on shoes back on. And 2 days later, she's cantering in the pasture and she's just fine.
Great, great, great. Because that was one area where you kind of had a hard time anyway, was taking
I
those
did.
toes
I
back,
tried
you
for
know.
5 years to get those toes back.
Yeah. And I know, but you could never get them back. So it took somebody to come in there and do it.
She came in and we had a discussion about it. She said, you know, she's known Dolly for she's known Dolly for as long as I've had her. She wasn't my
Yeah.
trimmer, but she's been at the barn. And she said, I would like to do for Dolly what I do with feet that look like this.
Yeah.
And she told me what she was going to do. And I prayed about it. And I, okay, Lord, if this is what it's supposed to be. And I just cringed watching her do it, but
Yeah.
it worked.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
See, that's awesome. Yeah, I seen the pictures and I thought they looked great. I
Well,
thought
I'm
it had
glad.
a really good effect.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, okay.
I have
Oh,
Oh.
thank you so much for evaluating my horse's feet.
Oh,
So,
sure. Yeah, and I mean,
thank you.
anybody wants to look at their horse's feet, I'm all up for it.
Well,
You
I got
know.
to sign off for today because I have to pack. I'm leaving for South Carolina tomorrow.
Oh, well, hey, have a good time.
Running away from home, and I have to miss TACT the hoof chat next week because I'm going to be on the road.
Okay. Well, have a good time.
Thank you. Thank you. It's going to be interesting. I have not flown for 45 years.
Oh, my goodness.
I know. But my son and his family are taking with, so we're good.
Well, that's awesome. Well, have a wonderful
Enjoy it.
time.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
have a
you.
wonderful time.
I'm looking forward to it. So thanks,
You'll have
Linda.
to share some
Appreciate it.
pictures. Are you going down to the beach?
No. My son lives up in the mountains in the Northwest.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So that's where we're going. Be there just for a long weekend because my son, the other granddaughter, has school yet next week. So,
Mm-hmm.
so
Okay.
yeah, we're just going for a long weekend.
Okay. Well, have a great time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And
Yeah.
thanks for all the information. There's just so much out there.
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, I appreciate the learning.
Well, we've only done 4 hours today.
I know it's a short
It's
time,
a short one.
but that's good. I got lots to pack. So
Yep.
thank you so much and have a good week, everybody.
You too.
4 hours. 4 hours is just so little. So I have a question.
Okay. Go for it.
I want to know your opinion about if some cases we use DIM. Does this can affect the coffin bone?
Yeah.
I mean, if I have this problem for Benenitra, if I put DIM and she has no soul, and she was a founder, she is a founder, is there any case that I affect for the worst her coffin bone?
I don't think so if you got some good soul in the toe,
Well, I
to
don't.
hold the foot together.
Yes, but I don't have soul, Linda, in
Oh, okay.
Benenitra. That's the problem. And I keep opening unbinding the heels very slowly by themselves. Because if I wet, do you remember when I wet the feet for 2 days, 3 days?
Yeah.
And then they curled back in.
Yeah.
I was thinking, if I put the DIM after wetting the hooves, could I do a worst situation on the coffin bone because she will have the coffin bone pushed up?
Well,
That's
I mean,
why
you're not gonna elevate her that much, are you?
No, but wearing the boots and having this support. I don't know what effect will
Yeah.
do to the coffin bone.
Yeah, I don't either, dear. Depends on, you know, how much the sole, if maybe you can even support her just a little bit, clear down the toe so that you got some softness or something like that. What I would do is, if you want to do it, is then I would look at it every day, and if it looks like see, the danger is that they step through the sole becomes disconnected from the wall, and it'd be like, have you ever seen somebody whose soles came disconnected from the top of their shoe?
Yes.
Like, and their shoe was flapping?
Yes.
That's what you got. That's the only thing you got to worry about. That's what you call a sinker.
Yes, that's my problem. That's
Yeah.
why I didn't use all this time. Since we speak about DIM, I'm very skeptical.
Angeliki?
Yes.
So on Dodo, I have it ground parallel with with a normal shore. I can give you a link it's from the company Luvex, and it's the premium sport DIM. They have a particular shore, so the hardness of the DIM must be not that hard. That it feels like you walk on Nike Airs.
Yes.
And if you don't do it more than ground parallel, as more higher than so just fill up the part of the frock.
Yes, I understand what you are saying.
I don't think that affects it negative, maybe. So from my experience, but prove me wrong. I don't know. But it's just my experiences that just speak in pictures. Okay, the the periopal things. There's nothing to
support.
So I can relax because there is something that I can walk into the frog contact, and then maybe the periopal relaxes more, and the heels are more or can more expand. But
you know,
you're right. You're right with
expanding,
this. You're right
but
with the
very
sole.
slowly.
Yeah, very slowly. Yeah, if you can do it very slowly and you don't need support. I need support on Dodo because he's collapsing without any support.
Yes.
And if you have
this is the problem, and you know, we are waiting for the rain here. So I was thinking, maybe if it is slower and I go bit by bit, and the hoof will be kind of wet with the rain, not to do it, not to put DIM.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I've been in this question for about a month and a half now, since I made the 3 days wetting, because I cannot have the X-rays, and I don't know in what exact situation I am in. Mm-hmm. That's my problem. Well, okay, thank you. We have no answer. I'll see if I can.
It's difficult.
And I'm sorry, I don't know.
Because we live in a dry area, so it's quite different to Dodo's area.
Yeah.
And if you can do it slowly on Polly, the thoroughbred. On Polly, I don't put any DIM on because I wanted to do it pretty slowly, very slowly.
You see, there are cases, so you have to decide in every case separately.
Different. Angelo, the other gelding of mine, the white one, never wears any shoe or something like that.
Mhm.
and never had a DIM and expanded very well. And right now I have a frog stay and yeah, looks pretty good. So,
Yeah. Okay, thank you guys.
You bet,
You're
Derek.
welcome.
Hey, Simone.
Yeah.
Okay, I will leave you now because my doctor called me.
Okay.
I sent him a message that I'm not going. I skipped the visit, but I have to call him back.
Okay.
Thank you very much for
Well,
everything.
We love you. You're the best. See you next week.
No, you are the best. You are all the best. Without you, I wouldn't go on.
Same here, dear. I wouldn't be here. Your support has been meant the world to me.
Kisses to all of you and hugs, many hugs.
Same here. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
So I just wanted to end because I was telling you about oh gosh, Casanofon phone. Okay. I'm so bad at this. Anyway, and how this guy, there were notes in this right here. Okay, so this is the Perseus site where you can find all the Greek texts, the Bible and all the Greek writings, Plato, Socrates, Homer, you name it. And so he talks about the hooves, all right? And this was believed. Now, see, I thought he was a general in Alexander the Great's army, but he wasn't. He was a general about 100 years or so before him, maybe not quite that long. But this guy, he did amazing feats and obviously knew the cavalry, things like that. So this was the belief up until the 1700s when the French vet schools opened. And so I had been reading this. I never heard of this guy, but I had heard of Lafosse, been following that debacle of his. Okay, so I read this and then I was looking at this. I was like, de Bourgelat in his preface to the second volume, I started reading. And so I looked him up. I was like, okay, who is this guy? He's saying that Casanofon is wrong and that this Simon was wrong. Okay, well, okay, so then I looked him up and I needed to get, I just took a screenshot. Okay, and when I looked him up, here he is, 1712 to 17, and his name was right next to Philip Lafosse, who is the one that come up with horses should be walking on their frogs, which to get a horse to walk on his frog, you got to cut the heels out. Part of the reason Lafosse thought horses should walk on their frogs was so they wouldn't slip on the stones in the streets, which, I can understand somebody coming to that conclusion. And so they were contemporaries. See there, Bourgelat was a French veterinary surgeon. He was a founder of the scientifically informed veterinary medicine. Lafosse, he's famous for a series of books on horse care, medicine, and anatomy, which feature elaborate and often highly abstract drawings. So they were contemporaries, they knew each other. And so this guy had the audacity to call, and a lot of times, like, he was a son of a farrier, but this guy, he never shot a horse, anything like that. And so a lot of these men that come up with these ideas too, they really weren't even horsemen. So anyway, just the fact that it says in over here that he thought this was, his remark was trifling and false. I thought that was really interesting. So there's our vet schools. There's the veterinary schools in France and England. And it's these kinds of men that wrote books, and then their ideas got passed down for centuries. And that's why you have the farriers today screwing our horses up. There you go. And now Jamie Jackson's a farrier. He was a farrier first. So he read all these other books, about lowering the heels and stuff like that. So that highly influenced his interpretations of what he saw and what he picked out as well. So anyway, I just thought that was very interesting. Okay, well, that's all I got. So I will let
Thank
you
you
go.
so much, Linda.
Oh, you're
Thank
welcome,
you
dear.
so much.
And have you found any German books on shoeing?
No,
Yeah,
from Xenophon?
not from Xenophon, but there's a bunch of German
Yeah, the
writers too.
Strasser. Yeah, Strasser and something like that. Yeah.
Well,
Or you mean
see,
the other
but
one?
not Strasser. See, there were other people that wrote. Just let me figure out where my book is here. Let me read you off a couple names. Maybe what I'll do is I'll take a screenshot of my book that has all the German writers on hooves, and you look around in your libraries and stuff and see if you can find some.
Oh,
Simone,
yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, Susanne.
Rute ist ganz berühmt da auf den, ist ein alter Huf.
Oops.
This is Suzanne
Was
from Germany
Suzanne, were you
also.
talking on purpose, Suzanne?
Yeah,
I-
she's talking on purpose. She told me
I'm
about
sorry.
but she's talking in German because her
Oh.
English is not so good, and she's
okay.
telling me about a person who is in German very famous.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, that'd be
Susanne,
interesting.
Susanne, vielleicht kannst du es nochmal sagen. Maybe you can say it again.
Yeah, go ahead. Here, go ahead and unmute yourself there. Even though it's in German.
Du musst dich selber auf laut machen, Susanne. Du bist noch auf lautlos, falls du redest.
Rute heißt da.
Oh, Rute.
Ja, the last professor in Germany on the university. He's ja, ist der letzte, der über Pferde geschrieben hat und an der Universität war, und in Deutschland greift alles, die Schmiede greifen alle auf den zurück.
So it's Rute, R-U-T-E. Linda, you ever heard about him?
No, and so is this current or is this older?
Well, Susanne says that he was the last one that he was a professor on the university. Susanne, weißt du auf welcher Universität?
Ost-Berlin.
So it was in the eastern part of Berlin.
Mm-hmm. Hold on just a second. Wait a minute.
Hallo? Hallo? Hörst
Ja?
du mich, Simone? Übrigens,
Ja.
der Lehrer von der Strasser, aber Strasser hat nicht nach ihm gemacht.
Oh. Susanne says he was the teacher from Hildred Strasser, but she doesn't work after his teachings. Linda, if you're talking, I think you're muted, or if you're looking for the book.
No, I don't know what I did with that book. I set it here somewhere. No, I can't find it. Why don't you write his name down, or what I'll do too is when I find that book here, what could I have done with that? What I'll do is we'll see. In fact, I'm just going to take a screenshot of that all the Germans.
Oh,
and
that
just
would be
see-
great.
Just see
Yeah,
if you
that
can
would be
find any
great.
of their writings anywhere.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
That would be perfect.
Cool.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, awesome. Well, hey, you guys all have a great week,
Okay.
Same.
and we'll talk to you next week. See you throughout
Same.
the
Can
week
I
on
ask
the.
Simone something,
Yeah,
please?
go
Hey,
right ahead,
Simone.
Roberta.
Thank
Hey.
you. Hey, dear, could you possibly send your video to my email?
Okay.
where you're wrapping your horse's hooves. If you sent it previously, I'm not able to find it.
Okay, on the messenger, I sent it to you on the private messenger on Facebook. Can you please send me your email address, Roberta?
I'm just going to give it to you now.
Okay, just a second. I
I'm
need
good.
something
I'm
to
good
write
with
down.
that.
Okay,
Thank
just a
you.
second.
Sure.
Okay.
It's first and last name, which is Roberta Rollison. Last name's Rollly, as in Yankee, SON.
I'd laugh at that, being as you have a
okay.
southern accent.
I know, right? Well, it's
Them damn
military.
Yankees.
So it's ROLLYS
ON.
ON, yeah.
And then at gmail.com.
Okay. At gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. I will send it to you there. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you kindly.
Well, you have a great week, everybody.
You do the same.
Okay.
You do the same. Thank you, Linda.
You
So
bet.
much,
Thank you,
Linda.
guys.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much. Bye-bye.
Bye bye.
Now I just got to figure out how to get out of here. This is the way it is every time.
Every time.
Let's see. More.
Lee.